Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I am happy to be here with you today, May 8th. It is our live stream on Sunday, speaking to you from anywhere in the world to hear your voices, to hear your thoughts about the issues that affect us all. I'm happy to be here because, happy Mother's Day. Let's get that out first and foremost. Let's make sure that that's clear, that we want to wish every mother in America the very, very best. I know some may be thinking that it's happy Primary Caregiver Day of unspecified gender who decided not to terminate their pregnancies, which would have been totally and morally fine and perhaps even praiseworthy. But on this channel, we will say Happy Mother's Day because that's what it is. It is a Mother's Day. And if you don't know what a mother may be, let's be clear. We will define it on this program. That means if you are an adult female human being and you gave birth to a child, you are a mother. You are also a female. You are a woman. I think these things are clear. And if they are not clear to you, well, I can't help you with that. You're on your own. So I hope every mother who is watching the program today will have a great day and that they are able to enjoy it. And I understand if you have to, many people will be out with their moms today. I hope you have a great day with your mom. But for anyone who may be having difficulties, even on this day, we do again mention there is the suicide hotline, there is the domestic abuse hotline, there is the substance abuse hotline. For those who may need that, we hope that you take that opportunity for these channels. Now, we love our mothers and we love women, and we want to talk about all of that. We want to talk about abortion, a major issue, a serious issue that is affecting America. And of course, where America leads, the rest of the world will follow. So this is a very big deal. We're going to talk a lot about that. And we're going to talk about the leak of the Supreme Court, which of course is also a critical issue and something that is affecting everyone in America. And will of course have an impact for many, many decades to come. But that's not the only thing we're going to talk about, because there are so many things that are happening right now around the world, so many things that are affecting not just the United States, but will affect the rest of the world. And we're going to be talking about those items as well. We're going to start with that in just 1 second. Excuse me 1 second. We're just trying to update everything on YouTube and in the search engines for everyone to be able to reach us. So I want to start off with something that may not be as popular, may not be as common a thought. And that is, of course, we want to start off with our good friend, Representative Antonio Delgado, because in New York State, he is now going to be the lieutenant governor running with the appointed governor, Kathy Hochul, for the governor's race of New York. This is important because what we're seeing is a member of Congress, the New York 19th, has been abandoned by Antonio Delgado. He's now going to replace Brian Benjamin, who was disgraced and thrown out of New York, out of the lieutenant governor's seat, because as a progressive, he was embezzling money, apparently. He is a criminal, apparently. And so he was thrown off the Democratic ticket. And Antonio Delgado, a congressman, has now replaced him because they're replacing one black progressive with another black progressive. Okay, well, at least they're being consistent. But the problem here is the people of the New York 19th District don't have a member of Congress representing them. Representative Antonio Delgado is currently running for Congress and running for the lieutenant governor's seat at the same time, which is really odd. And Democrats, for their part, after changing the law just so that they could take advantage of this, just so that they could manipulate the public who never voted for Representative Antonio Delgado to be lieutenant governor, who never knew that he would be there, because they're taking advantage of these people, We don't know who's going to be in charge. They're going to maybe have a special election to put in a bunch of other individuals, either a Pat Ryan or Michelle Hinchy, to try and take over the New York 22nd District to be members of Congress that people never voted for, to put them in a special election. No one's voted for these people. What is going on with Democrats in New York State? They are using every trick in the book to try and manipulate the public to avoid being accountable to the public to be able to maintain power. This is upsetting to me. I think this should be upsetting to everyone. And it is a horrible example to the rest of the nation and the rest of the world to say, hey, we can just replace individuals, our elected officials, willy-nilly as long as it maintains power. This is a problem. And what is Representative Antonio Delgado doing with all the money that he was given to run for Congress that he's no longer running for? This is money that he's now using to run for another position, and he's giving it out to other Democrats. The people who gave him that money never wanted him to use that money to run for lieutenant governor. They didn't want him to use that money to help other Democrats. This is really abusive. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think, well, Mike, that's not the biggest thing, but I think it's important that we are seeing as an example in the bluest of blue states in the United States, the second most progressive state in the nation, the example that they are putting for the rest of America, for the rest of the Democrats, for liberals around the world. The answer is, well, you can use and abuse people as long as you have the term progressive after your name. That you're a member of the Progressive Party, you can abuse people's donations, kind of like BLM, who used the donation, $66 million, and decided to buy themselves houses with that. I'm sure Patrisse Cullors is very happy to have 5 homes, a couple $1 million worth of homes, as a socialist, as a communist, and she's a multimillionaire now because of donations that she took from people like you, saying she's going to help black people, and the black people she helped is her personal family. Well, she left out that part. And that's kind of upsetting. And I think that's something that should be spoken about. And I think that if Antonio Delgado is serious about his run for lieutenant governor, if he thinks that's the best thing, he should give back all the money that was donated to him under false pretenses. I don't care that Democrats have lost. The reason why he's running is because Democrats picked the wrong person and didn't do their due diligence. I don't care that they're picking him just because he's black and a progressive, again, using race as their main criteria. Give back the money. It's the right thing to do. Even as he abandons the people he swore that he was going to represent. I find that to be upsetting. But I know it's not one of the biggest issues that most people are looking at, but it is something that's important. I think there's something else that's very important that you're really not seeing in the news right now either. NBC is plagiarizing the news. Why do people not trust the news media, the traditional news media? Why do you not believe in them? And this is something we've seen on poll after poll for the last 2 decades. Why do people don't trust it? Because NBC has had one of their reporters over nearly a dozen articles plagiarized. They're just stealing information. They're not reporting the news. They're just putting out information that's already out there and saying, well, this is our new truth. That's not what a reporter is supposed to do. That's not what a news agency is supposed to do. We have never plagiarized anyone. It's one thing to say, hey, here's some information from another source. We're presenting it to you, and you have the link at the end of the description, at the end of the show. We include it in our description, and you're able to find it and see it for yourself. That's one thing to give credit to someone and say, this is the information we're talking about. It's another thing to completely steal news and present it as your own, to lie to the public. This is coming from the major news media, the left-wing news media, something that we've seen the New York Times do repeatedly, CNN has done repeatedly, NBC is doing. And this is where a large portion of America is getting their news from. And we're supposed to trust these people? We're supposed to believe in them? No wonder we have so many problems with our news media and with the trust of the public, because you're being lied to on a regular basis. And where is Joe Biden's disinformation Ministry of Truth organization? Where are they? Where are they calling out NBC News for plagiarizing? Where are they for asking for accountability? They're nowhere to be seen. They have nothing to say, which tells you how biased this is. It's insane. And we need to call that out. And I understand it's Mother's Day. Most people are trying to have a day with their mom and enjoy it. But remember, these very same people, the progressives who are lying to you, who are abusing the power, the money that you've given to them, these very same people are turning around and they are misusing the power they have and lying to you with your own tax dollars. And they're not telling you everything that's going on that you should be aware of. I'll give you another example. Did you hear about the FDA? 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the FDA, we were talking about the CDC. We now know that the FDA has put strict limits on its Johnson & Johnson vaccine medication that many states have mandated people to have, that they have mandated for children to have. This is something that's important. There are many, many moms across the United States who have said, I do not want to force this onto my children. I do not want to force my kids just because they're going to school to have this vaccine for many reasons. They have their own personal reasons that they've spoken to their doctors about, and they say, no, I do not want to force this onto my children. Well, what about the fact that appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, along with many other Democrats across this nation, required that for children to go to school? And now we are being told that the Johnson & Johnson medication is restricted from children who are under 18 years of age. What about those kids? What about the abuse those moms had to take because they didn't want to subject their children to a untested, unproven? This has not gone through the 7 years to 10 years of normal FDA approval process. This was rushed out. Their kids were given it. And now we're finding out that Johnson & Johnson can't give it to kids who are under 18, but they already have. They already have been given. And that is a problem. Now, the first comment of the day we have comes from Dow Grimm. And Dow says, why is teaching history, nay, rather teaching the discipline of being a historian, is important? Any historian worth their salt knows how to disseminate information and realize that in order to get to the truth, you have to seek it out, all the information, not just what is readily available. This is why NBC News is not credible. CNN is not credible. And New York Times, not credible. They're not credible, not because I don't agree with them. That's not the point. It's because look at what they are doing. They're plagiarizing. They're editorializing. They're changing information. They're omitting information. They have downright told you that things that we know to be true, Russia collusion, that is a lie. The Ukraine call with Trump was a lie. The Steele dossier was a lie. We're looking now even more recently, looking at the laptop for Hunter Biden. We know that was true. But yet, we had NBC, New York Times, we had the major news media, CNN. They told us, no, those things aren't true. And you absolutely have to believe us. Then we heard from appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. No, it's okay. You must give your children this vaccine, or else they cannot go to school, and the parents are the criminals in that case. And now we're seeing J&J, they're restricted. This is coming from the FDA, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, is limiting the emergency use authorized of the J&J vaccine mandate for people 18 and older. That's it. It's restricted. But we already gave it to our children. And I'm really concerned for the moms out there and the dads, the parents who said, we're going to give this to our kids because the government said so, because the government is supposed to be smarter than your personal doctor, smarter than the personal health care that you receive. they're supposed to be the geniuses, and now we're seeing that's restricted because it's not in their best interest. What are we supposed to do about that? By the way, 2 weeks ago, we told you and made a big deal on this channel about the fact that there are children who are getting liver disease. And at the time, 2 weeks ago, on this Sunday program, we knew that that was affecting 9 children in the United States, 79 children around the world. That included the United Kingdom, Scotland, and the US. We knew this for a fact, and we said this is a problem. And now we find out that this is becoming a bigger issue. There are now 200 cases around the world of children who are being affected. We don't know how. Now, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I'm not telling you what caused this liver disease that has started to affect children since November of 2021. But I can tell you that that coincides a lot with the mandated vaccination of children, in particular with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that is now restricted. You can come up to your own decision on whether those things are connected at all. All I can tell you right now is there is no research being done, as far as we can find, to try and connect whether those things have a connection or not. But it's really interesting, isn't it? Again, and this is all coming from those individuals, those news media, that institutions of the government that told you, don't worry about it, it's okay. We know it's fine. Don't think about it. Don't ask anyone. Don't talk to your doctor. Do what an elected politician has said. An elected politician who most of them, over half of our elected politicians, are lawyers. They're not doctors. They're not in the medical field. Over half of them are, the only thing they've ever done is be a lawyer. And in fact, over 25% of them have done nothing except be in politics. But yet they know better about micromanaging your life and your health care and the health care of your children. And now we see the result of that. Maybe you think I'm unfair. Dow says it's like that Pfizer dump. Well, yeah. And the news media is not making a big deal out of this. They're not talking about this a whole lot. There's 109 cases of liver illness in children, including 5 deaths, that the CDC is reporting at this time. Why isn't this major national news? Why isn't this headline news? Don't moms and parents around the nation deserve to know this, besides from this channel that we started talking about this 2 weeks ago? Don't parents need to know about this? Because we do. We think this is important. We think this is international news and that we need to speak about this. And we have been for 2 weeks now. This is the 3rd week that we are telling you, as soon as we have seen this, we have reported this. Why isn't the major news media reporting on this? Don't they think it's important too? Don't they think that parents should know about the health of their children and what could be affecting it? But maybe the news media is afraid that when you see that Johnson & Johnson's being restricted from children, when they see that the only thing these children seem to have in common are vaccines that are now being pulled, that they may come to a conclusion that the news media doesn't like. And how likely is it that within the next 6 months, or maybe the next year, just like we saw with so many other cases where the news media turned around and told us, oops, we got it wrong the first time. Oops, we're sorry, we misreported it. We misinformed the public. In other words, disseminated misinformation. How likely is it in 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 2, we find out, oh, by the way, now that we have the data, there may have been a problem in providing this to children under 18 years of age. Perhaps we shouldn't have been giving it to kids who are 10. How likely is that? Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I'm not telling you that's scientifically a fact. I'm telling you that this is speculation and we should be able to speculate. That is what the First Amendment allows. And that allows us to say, this doesn't seem right, that we're not being told the information that perhaps we should be told. in a timely manner. Now, Mike Bowie mentions that unvaccinated breastfeeding children are coming down with hepatitis around the world. That may be part of it. Again, there's a lot going on here. Why aren't we being told? User has been naughty. Hello, by the way. I want to say hello to Dal. I want to say hello to Michael. And to User has been banned. User says, can we even call them news stations anymore? We've been discussing this for weeks, Dal mentions, but major legacy media won't highlight it because they know that the optics will tie them into complicity to lie and manipulate the public. They won't retract or recant anything they produced either. And there's the problem. I know this may not be the most popular news, but when we are seeing this around the world, where news agencies have been complicit and literally misinforming and disinforming the public, we need to hold them accountable. Meanwhile, we have the Ministry of Truth from the Biden administration. You know who they're going after? Conservatives, right wing. And that's not something I'm making up. Again, we've seen the tweets and the quotes and the interviews, the conversations of Nina Jankowicz, who has said it's the right that is a problem. They're the danger. They're the people. When people come up and say, I have a concern about medications that have not gone through the full FDA trial, that I have a concern about this, the answer has been, well, you are a problem. You are evil. You are the... What did Joe Biden say in December? That he has lost his trust and his patience with people who are unvaccinated, that they were the cause of deaths around this nation. What about what's going on now? Is that not misinformation? Should we not have asked questions? You know, like science normally does, it asks questions. Shouldn't we be asking questions? Isn't that what science does? It is the eternal quest for questions as we get more and more answers. But, you know, if you say that, well, this is it. Now the FBI has to investigate you. The Department of Homeland Security now has to investigate you because you said something that wasn't approved. And this is the message that's going out to the rest of the world, to Canada, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Australia, to New Zealand. They're being told, oh, no, you can, if America, the most free nation in the world, with a defined right of free speech, if they can go out and silence people, well, then everyone else can silence them too. And say, well, if freedom doesn't mean that you're able to say what the government doesn't like, well, then every other government doesn't have to do it either. If the Americans won't do it, why should anyone else? This is where it gets scary, folks. This is how we get to see more authoritarianism around the world. And that hurts everyone. For every mother out there who is concerned about the health of their children, you should be looking into these stories. You should be looking into what the CDC is saying and speaking to your doctor and your healthcare provider to find out how it affects you or your children. You should do that. Don't believe me. Don't rely on me. Go and ask your doctor, because if you're relying on the government to answer it, well, as we can see, as I am showing you, that's not reliable. Mike says it's a ministry of lies, and I agree with it. The Ministry of Truth, the Thought Police, you can call it the Disinformation Governance Board. You can use any of those names. It works out to be the same thing. Dow says, you, me, everybody's got to be on board. We happy few have you had your joy today. Yeah. From 1984. Amazing how prescient that book was. User has been banned says, oddly, I remember in school being wrong was bad rather than admitting it and correcting it like a responsible person. It looks so much worse to me that they can't admit to mistakes and seek to correct them. It's a problem. It is a massive problem that the government will not say, hey, here is a problem. We were trying to do the best thing we could. We got it wrong. Let's correct that. Let's give you as much information so you can make the right choice for yourself. So moms can make the right choice for their kids. So that our society can do the right thing. No one's perfect. I'm not expecting perfection, but I do have, if you're going to give me a mandate, then I expect you to be more right than wrong and to correct your problems when you see them immediately. I mean, is that too much to ask from our government? And hello, hot chicks. It's also good to see you. And she says, happy birthday to my mom. My mom says, thank you. Not my birthing parent, my mom. A human female, adult human female who gave birth to me. And she was in difficult time. It was very difficult times back in the 70s. And she gave birth to me, my brothers, and my sisters. And I am thankful for all of my siblings and to my mother for my life and their lives and what she has done. Because I don't know that a birthing parent would do that. I don't know that a birthing parent, I don't even know what that is, and therefore I don't know how they're going to treat any progeny that they may have. It upsets me. And don't think that this is all over. I know some people are saying, well, Mike, why are you talking about the pandemic? Why are you talking about vaccine mandates? I mean, maybe it's connected to the liver disease in children. Maybe it's not. We don't know. Why do you even care? Because it's not over. According, as we see from Chicago, Chicago moves into heightened COVID risk and could return to a mask mandate. By the way, it's not limited to Chicago. New York City and New York State are considering returning to mask mandates and to the pandemic restrictions as well. This is troubling, folks. This is troubling news. It isn't over. As we reported on this program last year in 2021, I believe it was October of 2021, we told you when Joe Biden signed a 3-year contract with businesses in Germany to create a factory in Germany to give jobs to Germany and to Germans to build these pandemic test kits that would be sold to American citizens. We told you this wasn't over 3, maybe 4 years. You spent $130 million of your taxpayer dollars to create jobs in a foreign country so that they could sell us a product. Think about that. Your money is creating a job in Germany so that Germans can make a product to sell to Americans. At no point does any of that money come back to America. And we've gone over that for months. Since October, I believe, of 2021, we have reported that news to you that the rest of the news media just let go. They didn't care. It's like the fact that the CDC is reporting 109 cases of children in the United States, half of the cases in the world of the liver disease of afflicting children right now, and major news media not really paying attention. And we knew this was a problem 2 weeks ago when it was affecting 9 children. Why aren't they on top of this? Why is this channel, I'm one man, NBC alone has 10,000 employees. They make $1 billion a year in their revenue. You mean to tell me I'm covering this news better than what NBC can do, than the New York Times, than CNN? These are billion-dollar companies with thousands, if not tens of thousands of employees. And I have covered it more consistently and more importantly on my program than they are. Does that mean I have a problem? Because according to the Ministry of Truth, the Disinformation Governance Board, if you ask the censors of Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, they're going to tell you that I have a problem, that I am an issue because I'm giving you information that the major news media is glossing over because it may have a political impact. You know what? I care about your lives and the lives of your children a lot more than whether or not it has a political impact, which I do believe exists. But they should be talking about this. So user has been banned, mentions they will try for a pandemic lockdown again. And yeah, they're talking about the lockdowns. This is crazy, folks. This is really crazy. And I find it upsetting that they would do this to you. And they will punish me for this. Because in telling you what we've gone over so far in this program, about what the CDC has said, about what is being reported by NBC, about what's being stated on the FDA restriction on Johnson & Johnson, in covering that news, they may shut down this channel. You may not be able to see us live. We may have to go to we're on Rumble, we're on BitChute. We may have to go to those sources because they may shut us down, because they don't like us telling you what has already been reported, and we're just mentioning it and saying you should be aware, that you deserve to know, that it should be an emphasis. And I don't think any mom out there would want their children to not know this information, to not be aware of this, how this may affect their child's health care. And if any mom thinks I am wrong, I am happy to hear your comments, because like always, every Sunday, you can call into the program at 607-242-1582, and you can tell us what you think in a phone call. In fact, I want to make sure, let me make sure that our phone line, I just confirmed, is on and live. So not only can you make comments on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, if the internet overlords allow, but you can call in. Even if you disagree, if you think we have got it wrong, if you think that this is us fear-mongering by telling you information that the news media doesn't really want you to pay attention to, no problem. Tell me why. Tell me why I'm wrong to provide this information to the public. So that's one of the things that really pissed me off and I think is important. Hey, Jesse, good to see you. I'm glad you're part of the audience as well as everyone else. And again, I say to everyone, in case you've joined in a little bit late, I hope every mother out there is having a fantastic Mother's Day. Not birthing parents, mothers. If you're a mom, I wish you the very best. I hope you're having a fantastic day. If you're a birthing person, I don't know what you're doing today, but it doesn't really matter to me. And if you think that's just misogynist, if you think it's sexist, I could care less, quite honestly. I have a bias towards moms. That's what I do. That's how I live my life. You don't have to have that bias. And I know that there are many progressives that do not. So there's a bunch of problems that are happening right now that aren't talking about the Supreme Court, aren't talking about Roe versus Wade, which we are going to get to. And I am going to discuss that with you at length because I want to hear what everyone around the world has to say about that. But I think it's also important to cover some of these other issues so that you know what's going on. Remember, there is still the avian bird flu that's going on. We know that 20 million birds, that's chickens, that's turkeys, they've all been destroyed. Remember, there is a food shortage that is coming, and that will be in October. We've been covering that since January on our program. And again, we tell you, buy 10% more of the food items that you are going, whenever you go out to the store, buy 10% more. If you've been doing that since January, you're saving money because inflation has been running rampant. We hope that you'll continue to do that, not panic buying, but consistently buying 10% more and buying more things that will last longer as we get into this food shortage that is already affecting the world, that is already causing riots in countries throughout Africa and the rest of the world. Be prepared, be ahead of the game. We've been talking about that for a long time on this program, and the rest of the news media, not so much. They don't really care because they're afraid that you may not vote for the person they want you to vote for if you're aware of the facts at hand and you're taking precautions. So I'm always interested in that. And I'm going to come back to the comments in just a moment. But I want you to understand, we've been saying since January, actually before then, since last year, February in 2021, actually February of 2021, we've been telling you that the economy in the United States is in trouble. You know who else is finally starting to say this? Now we're hearing from the Blaze, Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, is telling you that the Biden administration, the massive spending by Democrats, is destroying the economy of the United States, that is harming you, that it is destroying the value of your money and causing one of the reasons why inflation is increasing and is a problem. Let's just be honest. That is one of the reasons why your money is worth less today than it was 1 year ago. You don't have to like it. It doesn't make you feel good, but it's the truth. And the news is out there, but it's being obscured by the same people like NBC who are plagiarizing rather than telling you the truth. People like the New York Times that have reporters that make up news stories rather than tell you the truth. Places like CNN that are so busy. Remember, CNN, the new boss at CNN, what's he focused on? The truth. The Chris Like of CNN, their new boss, has emphasized that they need to get back to telling the truth. That's his words. Well, what have they been doing other than telling you the truth? Where's the Disinformation Governance Board tackling CNN and NBC? Nowhere to be heard. But they definitely want to suppress this channel. They definitely want to silence our voice in telling you and having this conversation with you, as is our First Amendment right and yours as well. Because I guarantee you, they're not coming after me for having told you, and you can go back and look at the videos yourself. They are public, unless YouTube decides to just arbitrarily remove them, that we've been telling you these things for months, and the news media is just now kind of sort of telling you, but they're hiding it because you might vote different than what they think you're going to vote, especially if you're black or Hispanic or a woman. You might not vote the way they want you to vote, and they want you to vote Democrat, progressive. They want you to vote progressive. So maybe they should silence me rather than let you know the truth. Let me get to some of the comments here. And I always love comments. By the way, you are never restricted on this channel from making a comment. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter may restrict you. I will not. And even if you disagree with me, I am always happy to hear what you have to say, even if you don't agree with what I believe. So catching up. User has been banned mentions this Ministry of Disinformation thing has an acronym of MOD, short for moderators. After seeing that lead moderator of Twitch and the lead of the Ministry of Disinformation there seems to be a certain personality type that they recruit for in these jobs. Yes, someone who will blindly and absolutely promote an ideology over any facts and information. That is the personality type we see. Dow mentions, be ready for the Department of Justice to be an enforcement arm for the independent food production dismantlement. Well, I don't know if the Department of Justice will do that, but I do know that the Department of Homeland Security has been preparing, just like we see with Attorney General Merrick Garland, who has used the full power of the FBI and the federal government to go after parents because they care about what their kids are being taught in schools. They're going after school boards. We know this. We have covered this. They think that you are a danger to the nation and to your children for finding out what's being taught to your kids. Now they've gone another step and said, well, we're going to use the internet to make sure you are silenced, that only the approved message from the government is out there. You know the only countries that do something like that? China, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba, all the socialist nations that are actively killing their own people. Those are the nations that do that. Iran, look at around the world. Afghanistan under the Taliban. These are the countries that suppress people's free speech and say you can't speak against the government. Why does America want to be more like that? Why do they want to not inform moms about the health issues that could be affecting their children? Again, I'm not asking people to panic. I truly believe that if people are informed, they will not panic. that if you know what is going on and no one is hiding things or surprising you at the last minute that something is happening, people don't panic. You can think about when ships are sinking. If you just tell people at the last minute when the water reaches their knees and say, oh, the ship's sinking, people will panic. If at the very first spring of the lake you go, we've got to evacuate the boat, women and children first, you know what? It's not a panic. People may be antsy, they may be troubled, but they don't panic. When you give people information, they don't freak out. Of course, nowadays, since we don't know what women or children are, according to Ketanji Brown Jackson, unless every ship has a biologist on it, we won't know who are women or children, and so there may be panic because of that. But traditionally, women and children first. Let me get back to some of the comments. Users been banned mentions I watched their little press thing on that, and he's sick of the BS that is going on in our government at this time. Anne mentions that she lives in Maine, and heating oil is over $6 a gallon, twice what it was under President Trump in 2019. Inflation is going to destroy our economy. Inflation is destroying our economy, and it has been. And that is something that we can track, and it is obvious from February of 2021 going all the way through to today. And it is going higher. That is just a fact. It isn't a supposition. It isn't hyperbole. We have heard this from the White House very quietly. Remember how, what was it, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that the White House finally said there would in fact be a food shortage, something that we knew since February. And they finally said that to the public, and you haven't heard about it again. How are moms, how are parents supposed to prepare to be able to take care of their kids if they don't know that they should be buying 10% more food today? People won't panic if they know they can just buy a little bit more and prepare. Why are they going to surprise everyone? Because it looks like that's what they're looking to do. That they're going to surprise everyone at the end of August and go, by the way, there's not enough food for everybody. Even in the United States, there's just not enough food. Because we weren't able to get enough crops. Because we didn't have enough fertilizer. Because Russia attacked Ukraine, and you know what? The fertilizer wasn't available for the rest of the world. By the way, I hope you have enough food for your kids. If you don't think that's going to cause a panic, if you don't think moms are going to run through Walmart and beat people over the head to make sure that they have just one more can of condensed milk for their kids, I don't think you understand what a mother is. Because I know that my mom in the 1970s would have beat people down. And you know what? My mom, she's like 5'3". She's not a big woman. And I guarantee you, she could terrify men. I'll give you a quick story about my mom. It's back in the day. In the 1970s, I was a little kid, about 5, 6 years old. My dad took me to work with him, and my dad was working at a mechanic shop. And they're working on cars. And it's kind of funny because this one day, we're there, and a guy's using a blowtorch, acetylene torch, and he's got the mask over his head, and he's working on a car. And the acetylene torch scared me. I was really scared of that thing. I mean, for a 5, 6-year-old kid, who wouldn't be? And so he turns around and he looks at me. He sees I'm scared. He goes, "Ooh, come over here, little boy. I'm going to cut off your pee-pee." He says it just like that. I remember this very clearly. And of course, being 5, 6 years old, already scared of the torch, I turn around and I run right out of the garage. Ran as fast as I could. Now, that seems kind of funny at the moment, until the fact that as I was leaving the garage, I tripped, fell, my knee fell into a bottle. Now, in the 1970s, every bottle was made out of glass. There was no plastic bottles. So my knee fell into the bottle, it broke, and I had a shard of glass about half an inch, 3/4 of an inch big in my knee. My dad, the guy, they get together, they take me over to the doctors, they do stitches, take out the glass, got stitches. I've got a scar for all of my life. I've had a scar on my knee. And then they take me home. And when I get home, yeah, it was painful. You know what scared me the most? The doctor standing over me, pulling out this piece of glass and stitching my knee. And I had a local anesthetic. Okay. That scared me more than anything else. But you know what happened? We went home, and the guy, I don't know his name, who worked in the garage, who scared me, and my dad, both of them were 6'2". My dad is a former Marine. He has half an arm, half a leg. He's got a hook for a hand. He's a big, burly man who is known for beating up bars. Let me be very clear. My dad, God rest his soul, when he was young, after Vietnam, he was known he'd get drunk and he would literally beat down a bar, 6 to 10 people by himself. This is something that has been confirmed to me by many, many people who watched him do it more than once. That 6'2" former Marine, plus another guy who I believe was also in the military, who was also about 6'1", these two big men were spending the entire time on the truck and getting to my mother's house terrified that my mother, 5'2", was going to beat the hell out of them the moment that my mother saw my knee. That's the power of a mom. My mom, 5'2", probably 125 pounds at the time in the 1970s, had two grown military men terrified that they were going to be killed because I got hurt. That's a mom. And if my mom in the 1970s at 5'2" could terrorize Vietnam veterans, imagine what a mom today is going to do when you tell her that because of a food shortage that you just surprised her about, and you say, this is the last can of food for your child, what do you think they're going to do? I don't know what a birthing parent may do, but I tell you this, I wouldn't want to be the one trying to take that food away from that mom who wants to feed her kid, which is why the news media should be making a big point about the food shortage that is going on right now. And I thank you for going through the story with me, but I think it's important to put it in perspective. We don't need to put moms into that kind of mindset, that we don't need them to be terrorized and terrified. We need them to be prepared. And it may not get any more votes for the Democrats when people go and say, well, Joe Biden hasn't prepared the nation, that Democrats aren't preparing the nation, that they allowed this to happen. Maybe they lose votes for that, but you know what? I don't care about the votes. I don't even care if Democrats came out tomorrow and said, hey, we have a solution across the nation. Every mom gets to buy 10% more. You get to buy 10% less if a mom needs that food today so they can stockpile it. I wouldn't care. And I don't care if that gets them extra votes. It's good for the nation. That comes first. Or at least it should come first. That should be our priority. But if you think I'm wrong, tell me. Call in 607-242-1582. It scrolls across the top of the screen. Reach me on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. Tell me that you think I am wrong. Tell me that you think it is better to surprise every mom in the nation in August, at the end of August, that there's going to be a food shortage and there isn't enough food for them to feed their kids. You tell me if you think that's going to be better. You tell me if you think moms are just going to sit back and go, oh, well, nothing I can do now. Because I think some birthing parents may do that, but I don't think moms are going to do that. And I don't think they should have to. Not when we can tell them today. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Tell me why. Maybe you think that's misogynist. Tell me why. Tell me why you think I'm wrong about that. Because I think it's important, and that's one of the things that this channel focuses on. Letting you know the things that are going to affect you every Sunday and throughout the week. because that's the right thing to do. That's what we think. But of course, there have been protests across this nation, protests with violence across this nation, because there are people who don't agree. They think the government is right about everything, and that's going to be a problem. We got a comment from Jason. Hello, Jason. Glad to see you joining us. And by the way, I hope every mom out there is doing well. I've said it a couple times. I'll say it again. Jason says, did you talk to you about the baby formula supply crisis? I didn't know there's one right now. There's a baby that I had not heard of. Hang on for a second, folks. Hang on a second. Hang on, I'm just typing out this question for everyone so that you can respond. I'm just horrible at typing and trying to read at the same time. So I'm asking everyone, is there a supply shortage of baby formula in your area, anywhere in the world, anywhere you may be? Please let us know. You know what? Let's know. The United States is one of the most giving nations in the world. I am sure that if there is a surplus in California or in Montana or in Florida or in, I don't know, Kansas, that they may, if they hear about this, and we know there's a shortage in New York, New Jersey, in, I don't know, Iowa, if there's a shortage in Germany, in Canada, in India, any of the places that this channel reaches, people may send that extra formula out to those people, may try and help to make sure people have it. And I'm finding out live that Jason's mentioning supply was tight. Then they had a 4-month recall in a major supplier. John Cordisco, another fan of the show, says he was just at our local store in our area in the southern tier of New York, and baby formula is wiped out. Okay, so yet another thing. I'm thankful for my audience for letting us know that at least in the southern tier of New York, there is a shortage. Again, for the moms out there, now you know. Again, we've been suggesting this. Get 10% more. Maybe order online. Try and reach out. Dal Grimm mentions, yes, there is. Anecdotally, has been told by several new parents that the last of the formula that they use is gone. Folks, this is why we have this conversation. This is why we do this live every Sunday, so that you can find out information. These are people in New York State that are telling us this. Find out about what's happening in your state. Because I can tell you, I didn't see this in the news. And I spend 7, 12, sometimes 15 hours a day doing nothing but reading news. I don't watch TV shows. I don't watch network TV or cable TV. I don't care about that. I don't pay attention to sports. I read news. I watch anime. I occasionally play video games. And I watch the news. And I haven't seen news about a baby formula shortage. Not to say that it isn't out there, but it's not big news anywhere. You need to be aware. I'm glad that people are telling us now so that you can be prepared for this, folks. This is important news. Yeah, I know we used to be able to talk about these things on Discord, except Discord decided that they didn't like us talking, and so they shut us down. Again, we're going to get to this Supreme Court. We're going to talk about abortion in just a moment. But I want to talk about something else that, again, these are the things that the news media is glossing over. They don't want you to have this conversation. They don't want anyone in the world to really know this news. They are doing the bare minimum necessary to say that they have reported this without letting you know about it. The algorithms hide this from you. It's not something that you're supposed to know. Just like you're not supposed to know about the liver disease that we've been talking about, the food shortages, the inflation. we've been talking about all of this ahead of the major news media because you should know, because you will make the right decision, we believe. You're going to make the right decision for yourself if you do know. Major news media doesn't agree with that. Did you know, and I know a lot of people follow this because it's entertainment news, Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle was attacked by a member of his audience. He's doing his live show. He's doing his comedy show. And a man runs up on stage and attacks Dave Chappelle. And we don't know why he did it. The answer hasn't come out why he attacked Dave Chappelle. But the only thing we do know for sure is that the left has been attacking Dave Chappelle, that they have said that they need to silence Dave Chappelle, that his comedy cannot be said, that he cannot speak to the public, which is his right, and people pay. They pay to have Dave Chappelle to tell them things they may not like. They pay Dave Chappelle to be able to make jokes about things they may not find funny. That's his job. And people pay him for that. And this one individual paid so they could try and attack Dave Chappelle because they didn't like something about Dave Chappelle. Now that should be big news, and there should be a major punishment against this because this is an attack on free speech. By attacking Dave Chappelle, who's doing his job is to say things people may not like, may not agree with. That's what they paid him for. This person attacked him on that. That's an attack on the First Amendment. And you know what? The LA District Attorney's Office said that Isaiah Lee isn't going to face any felony charges, even though this was a felony crime that was recorded. Hundreds of people saw this live. It's been recorded. There's video of it. And their answer is, this is a misdemeanor. We're going to brush this under the table. It's okay. It's okay. And this is what we understand from our government. In LA County, it is okay to attack people who disagree with you. It is okay. It is a minor incident to attack, to physically assault someone because you don't like what they have to say. This is the government saying it's all right. If you don't agree with what is the approved message, you can use violence. That is the message that the government is saying to the public. And it is being cheered by certain elements of the progressive left. You should be terrified. And yes, John mentions that comedians are the canaries in the coal mine. That is their job, to say things that no one else can say, to point out things that no one else can point out. That is their job. That's why they get paid. And if they do it well, they get paid a lot of money. I am not upset with Dave Chappelle or any other comedian making a ton of money because they're talking about something I may not find funny. That's okay. And you know what? Dave Chappelle, Bill Maher, a lot of these guys, they attack Republicans and conservatives and black Republicans on a regular basis. That's fine. But you know what? When they attack progressives, when they attack progressive ideology, socialism, when they attack bad policy and politicians like Joe Biden who mumble through international meetings and fall asleep and don't know what's going on, you know what? They should get paid for that too. Don't you think so? I mean, if anyone thinks that anything I've said so far is wrong, if you think that I've misunderstood the facts that are available out there, again, I always ask, call in 607-242-1582. You will always be treated with respect on this channel. As long as you respectfully object, I will listen to anything anyone has to say to hear your point of view. And we have always done that on this channel, as people who have watched the channel are aware. Because we believe in your right to free speech. We believe that you deserve to be heard. As long as you are respectful, there is no reason not to hear your point of view. because we're not progressives. We don't mandate what you have to say. That's how we look at this channel. And I hope others think of it that way too. Jason mentions that leads right up to the Supreme Court. Look at the doxing and the danger that justices are in. And I want to get to that. And you're right. The way that they're suppressing people's voices, the way they're saying it's okay to have violence, is what they are doing to our Supreme Court, which will destroy America. That is a branch of our government. It is one of the reasons why we have balance in this nation, and I am definitely going to talk about that. And, John says, yeah, if you hate what Dave Chappelle is doing, don't listen. User has been banned, says the left. We will destroy your sacred cow, but you may not even speak ill of our sacred cow. Yeah, they do say that a lot. So people who are doxxed, the justice says, is that an insurrection to dox the Supreme Court? I don't know. But I do believe that when we see that Dave Chappelle, other comedians, when we hear comedians say they're afraid to speak at colleges, they're afraid to be able to speak in the public, that they're worried about having enough security, they don't know if they can do shows, when we see Chris Rock being slapped by Will Smith, this is a message that you're no longer free to speak, that you must be suppressed. When we have a Ministry of Truth being authorized by the Department of Homeland Security with the full power and force of the United States government, when we see that parents are being subjected to FBI investigations and threatened with arrest, you're no longer free to speak. Is there even a First Amendment anymore? Because sometimes I don't feel like there is. When events like, I was just recently over at, I was just protesting SUNY Broome University this week. And you know what? I came up with this observation. The SUNY Broome faculty decided to use the force of police to try and silence my voice. On that same day, we had the Supreme Court leak, and in LA, the far left, the same people who wanted to silence me for saying that CRT is bad, they went out in LA and they broke down buildings, they attacked police officers, they caused violence. We had riots across this nation every day since May 3rd. Meanwhile, I was out by myself, stood up and made my voice heard, and they wanted to silence me. You know why? Because progressives fear, they're terrified that you're going to act like they act when they lose their minds, when they're upset, when they don't get to be heard, when someone says, no, I don't agree. The left becomes violent. They use violence to try and silence voices, and they are terrified that you are going to do the same thing to them. I do not advise it. We do not condone violence in this channel, but it's an observation that I think is important to make. Because Mike Bowie is right. They are treating comedians like the greatest threat to our democracy. They're treating people on YouTube and in social media who speak up about what they believe. They're treating us like we are threats to America. They have literally said that if you are a member of the right, if you're a conservative, that you are a threat to America. What did Joe Biden say? That the greatest threat to America is the MAGA conspiracy, the MAGA organization. Wait a minute. Make America Great. That's an organization. Where's the headquarters? Who's the president? Who voted them in? Guess what? There is no organization. It's Americans who have a belief in our Constitution. And he's saying that, oh, well, you know what? Let's assume that all 73 million people, including Democrats and Libertarians and members of the Green Party who voted against Joe Biden, somehow they're part of this MAGA, this organization that doesn't exist, that doesn't have a headquarters. Really? You're demonizing that many people? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think that this is perfectly fine? Because if you agree with that, what else do you agree with? If you think that people who disagree with you that you can attack them as they did with Dave Chappelle, if you think that it's okay to use the force of police and the government to try and silence people like Sunni Broom tried to do to me, if you think that the news media can ignore telling you about things that are important, like the People's Convoy, or like the food shortages on baby food, or the upcoming food shortage, or failing to tell families about the liver disease in children, if you think that's okay, that's not freedom. I don't understand how you define freedom. I don't understand. And yes, I agree. Discord is terrible that they would punish me and others. But we know that more than just us agree with this. By the way, we're not alone in this. You're not alone. We just had a poll. 23% of the country think that the economy is horrendous. And this is important because if you're saying, well, how does that affect me? Do you have a retirement plan? Because it's being hurt right now. Do you have a credit card bill? Because it's being hurt right now. Do you have any debt? Whether you're a college student or not, it's being affected right now. Your job, your ability to pay for bills, it's being affected right now. That's what a bad economy does. It's hurting everyone in this nation. And that's not going away. By the way, Democrats don't even have a plan for this. They have no plan. It'd be one thing to say, well, we're in trouble and they have a plan. What is the plan that Joe Biden has offered America? What is the solution Joe Biden has for the food shortage? It's, by the way, we can look to NBC, CNN, ABC, the New York Times, the Huffington Post. Look at all of their left-leaning news media, the majority of the national news media. Not a single word on how are they going to plan for this? How are they going to fix this? How are they going to help the public? Mind you, they tell you all the time that they're going to take care of it. The government is smarter than you. This incredibly smart, brilliant Democratic Socialist Party, where's their answer? What's their answer? Because they have none. Because they don't make solutions. They make problems. All their job is, they make problems, make things worse. They don't have a solution. They don't want to give you a solution. They just want you to have a problem so that you will give up your rights, your freedom to them so that they maintain power and they have control over you. They always promise, we're going to fix this eventually. They say it very loud. We're going to fix this. Very quietly, they say, eventually. Eventually, they'll get to it. Very quiet about that part. In the meantime, you are hurt. You live a worse life. You have more difficulties paying your bills, living your life. They get to have security, private security. You don't get to have police defending you. They get to have freezers full of ice cream. You can't even find baby formula. They're living an entirely different life, completely separated from you because they have been in office 40, 50, 30, 40, 50 years. They don't live where you live. They don't live like you do. They have walls. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they have walls separating you from them in their daily lives. They have no idea, and they don't care. They just want your vote, and you only count as long as it takes for them to get a vote. Let me go back to some of the comments, because not everyone will agree, maybe. So, Ultra MAGA, yeah. John mentions, did you see the story about the woman who bought a baby doll to, yes, I did, a baby doll to a Catholic church, pretended to give birth to it, and then smashed the doll's head in the sidewalk? I did see that, John, and that was, by the way, that woman was a pro-life protester, if I understand it correctly, and she was making the point about what it is to abort children. That's exactly what it is, because in New York State, late-term abortion, in California, late-term abortion, Illinois, late-term abortion exists. You are able to kill a baby up to the moment of birth. And let's make sure we are clear. Abortion equals the murder of babies. That is a fact. You may not like that. You may not like me saying that. It is what it is. Once there is a heartbeat, that is a baby. That is a human being. And abortion, once there is a heartbeat, is murder. You may not like that. You may not like me for saying that. That doesn't mean it's not true. So, yes, that woman was a progressive who did that, was making a point there. I thought it was very clear. And yes, the post-millennial did have that video. I'm not using it on the show because I don't think it's a fair depiction of pro-life, nor do I think it's a good, it's salacious, it's emotional, and I think you can have the conversation without having to show that. Now, user has been banned mentions that Democrats have a plan and that I'm wrong, that they do have, Democrats and progressives have a plan, and that their plan is to ignore everything and to point at someone else and say they were a problem. You know what? That does seem to be the only plan we see because it's the only thing they seem to do consistently. Mike Bowie mentions that he's sorry that I was alone on Tuesday when I made my protest. You know what? Let me address that real quick because I think it's important. And I did a live stream of me doing the protest. And I said this then. It doesn't take a lot of people to tell the truth. Even one person standing up, and I think it's even harder to be just one person standing up and saying, I think you're wrong, that I think this is not productive. I do not agree with Sunni Broom. I do not think that critical race theory, its applications, racial justice deliberations, I do not think that brings unity. I do not think it helps a community. I think it creates more division. I think it creates more racism. I think it hurts the community. And it only takes one person standing up and saying that for other people to know it. I think a lot of people were afraid of the very same kind of violence that we see that the far left does on a regular basis. Think of the reaction after George Floyd. Think about what we saw last year. Think about the violence we see right now. Whenever the left is confronted with someone who says, I don't agree, they're violent. Every single time. And to the credit of the Sunni Broom campus police, they were aware that violence could happen, and they were patrolling, and they were watching out for me to make sure that no one tried to commit violence against me. But that's why a lot of people didn't show up, and it's okay, because I am willing to stand up, and I know many people were at work. I do not hold that against them. It is important that at least one person says, I'm not afraid of being called a racist. I'm not afraid of being called an ist and a phobe. I am more than willing to say, I believe in these principles, and I believe that we have the right to speak, and I will not be scared, and I will not be inconvenienced, and I will speak up because I know other people may not be able to, or other people are scared. And I think it was a great success in telling Sunni Broom and the members of the faculty that they are wrong, they were being authoritarian, and that they are dividing our country. You may disagree, and that's perfectly fine. So no, I don't mind that I was alone, and I'm glad that people have at least seen the video and heard and saw what I did. User has been banned, says he wants to go back to Volcker. By the way, people who don't know, Volcker was one of the heads of the Fed back in the 70s. Not a great time. Jesse mentions that MAGA is just a distraction to gain votes in the midterms. Same thing as the Roe versus Wade leak. Jesse says it's all Wag the Dog, which is a movie. Very good movie, by the way. I would recommend it. And the left are always the fools to follow. Decisions made in emotion are what the left banks on, and it works every time. And I agree. The left is always trying to make people emotional rather than have them think. John Cordisco says, they are calling for protests during Catholic masses. I know. And if people call for protests in mosques, would they be in favor? Would the left, here's a great question. If someone decided to protest that, say people wanted to go and protest because in Islam, it is okay under the guidance of Islam. In some nations, they see that it is okay to stone women to death for being raped. That if a woman has been raped, you can stone her to death. They believe in some sect of Islam that if you are gay, that is an offense to God and they will throw you off of buildings. We see that in Iran. We see that in Afghanistan. We see that wherever the Taliban and ISIS are, that they believe that. And if we were to protest that at a mosque, guess what? You would be called an Islamophobe. You would be arrested. You would be considered a terrorist. But why is that different than what we are seeing the left do when they are going to churches and they are attacking people for having a Christian faith and saying that life is precious, that they do not agree with abortion as murder? I don't know. I mean, okay, so there is a lot more stuff. I wanted to talk about the economy, and the economy is bad, and I kind of mentioned it. I wanted to mention that, by the way, part of the reason why the economy is bad, because Joe Biden has given $6.8 billion of your taxes to people with student loans. He's given out $6.8 billion in student loans forgiveness. This is your money that he's taken. He's given 113,000 people your money. He's given them on average about $60,000 apiece. This is what he's doing. Now, he's isolated that to people who've worked for the United States government for 10 years. By the way, in case you're wondering, how much money do the people who've been working for the United States government for 10 years? Well, these are people with master's degrees. They have, on average, about $58,000 worth of debt. They make about $77,800 a year. That's about double what the average person in America makes. He's paying off the debt for some of the richest people in America. Your money, your taxes are paying off the debt of people who are middle class and above, and they work for the government. By the way, these people have been working for the government for a decade. These people are not entry-level jobs. This is a GS9. This is a government worker 9. That's a pretty high level. A level 9, a level 10, a level 11. These are the people who are making a GS12. These are the people with the master's degrees that Joe Biden is paying off. He's paying them off. They can make up to $88,000 a year. This is your tax money. He's not paying off students. These aren't college students who got out of college last week, who have maybe $30,000 worth of debt. These are people who've been in school and have gone through getting their bachelorate, got their master's degree, and work for the government for 10 years. These are 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds. This is who he's paying off. Should your money be going to that? That's $6.8 billion of giving food and buying food and giving it to women and the poor. This is $6.8 billion that could be used to take care of the homeless, of taking care of our children who are poor, or feeding them in schools. This is a lot of money. Instead, he gave it to 113,000 people as a reward for working in the government for the last 10 years. I don't think that's the right way to spend our money. I don't think that should be how it's done. Mind you, did you hear about this? Did you know that Joe Biden just gave away your money? That he gave your money to 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds. That he gave it away to people as a reward for working for the government. And these are union workers. And by the way, User's band said he paid off his loan. Guess what? You should be even more upset. Why pay off the loan if someone else is going to pay it for you? If Joe Biden's going to use the money, my taxes, your taxes, to pay off someone else's loan. This is a problem. And the news media didn't tell you, they did not make this big national news. And you know why? Because you would sit there and go, why are you taking my money to give it to 30 and 40-year-olds? Not even 20-year-olds who are having trouble getting a job. These are 30 and 40-year-olds who have been making money in the government for 10 years and are getting paid double what the average person in America gets. These are not people who are struggling to buy baby formula. These are people who are doing well, who are in the government union. They're in the federal unions. They are taken care of. They have a better retirement plan. They have better health care than you or me. And he's paying off their loans. I think that's upsetting. That's why the news media didn't tell you. Because when you heard, and I think the first thing you thought of, why are we paying off the loans of 30 and 40-year-olds that have been working for the government for 10 years? Why is it your responsibility and your tax dollars should pay off the debts of 30 and 40-year-olds who've got a job for a decade? Why should you pay for that? Because you just did. You just did. That's upsetting. And yes, many of these people have gender studies degrees and political science, which doesn't help anyone. Yes, they can tell you how to do basket weaving. They can tell you about interpretive lesbian dance. Who cares? They're bloating the colleges with these silly degrees and courses that no one in their right mind could use for any kind of job, but you're paying for it. I tell you, this is money that could be used to pay off the United States debt, $30 trillion of debt. Interest on the debt. By the way, every time interest rates go up, the interest on the debt goes up. Our national debt increases significantly. We're talking about billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. We could use that money to pay off the debt, which would make our money worth more. You could buy more because there would be less debt. No, he doesn't want to do that. He'd rather increase the debt, spend money that doesn't exist, take your taxes and give it to people who have been working for 10 years in a row, get paid double what you get paid, and have a better health plan and a better retirement plan than you have. That I think is wrong. Okay. So I've talked about some of the miscellaneous things that are going on in our nation. And there's others that I wanted to get to, but let's talk about it. Let's talk about abortion. Okay? Let's talk about the leak of the Supreme Court. Let's talk about how this is going to hurt us all. And yes, John, I do agree that much of this stuff is being hidden from the public or being revisioned, reimagined by the left is because they think they're going to lose in 2022 and possibly 2024. And I think they realize that the more people realize how they are misspending, misusing our money, the more they realize people are not going to vote for them to keep doing that. But let's talk about what happened with the Supreme Court. We all know at this point that there was a leak of a document, the opinion by Supreme Court Justice Alito, 98 pages long. And almost everybody on the left isn't quoting a single word that he said. It is very likely that everyone on the left who is talking about abortion today have no idea, not one word of what Justice Alito said and why he says the Roe versus Wade should be overturned. And I don't think there's almost any news media coverage where the news media is telling you, and read the 98 pages of what he said. Read it for yourself. They won't do that. They aren't even quoting from him. They're just telling you that he's wrong. They're not telling you why he's wrong. They're not trying to defeat his argument. They're not trying to tell you, well, this is why we're right. People who believe in abortion, who believe in late-term abortion, the murder of children, they're not telling you why it's a good thing. They're not telling you how it helps anyone or how it's protected by the Constitution. They're not making that argument. They're just telling you, you're wrong, do what we say. That's the only thing they're saying. They're not even looking at what he actually said and how he is looking at the Constitution and saying it doesn't fit anywhere in the Constitution. Which is why we're hearing things, and I'll show you. This is from today, May 8th. Kirsten Gillibrand says, well, they are liars. The Supreme Court are liars. She said, if a corporation put these kind of statements in their quarterly filings, they would be seen to be purposefully misleading and deemed fraud. I think they misled the Senate with the intention of getting their confirmation vote with the intention of overruling Roe versus Wade. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand is an idiot. Let me say it again. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand is an idiot. She has no idea what she's talking about. She is trying to get you emotionally riled up, and she is factually, she is emphatically, empirically, grammatically wrong. Now, you may say to me, but Mike, the Supreme Court justices, Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, they all said that they wouldn't reverse Roe versus Wade. And I will tell you, show me them ever saying they will not overturn Roe versus Wade. Show me where they have ever said that it is not possible to overturn Roe versus Wade. Show me anywhere at any time, Clarence Thomas and going beyond, where they have ever said anything of that nature. Because I will tell you right now, it doesn't exist. That is a figment of the imagination, and that is purely the kind of rhetoric that Kirsten Gillibrand is using to gin up voters so that they will vote for her and the Democratic Party in 2022. It is a lie. It is as big a lie as saying that women will no longer have rights. That we are going back, and this is I'm quoting Senator Amy Klobuchar, that this is going to take women's rights back not to 1930, but to the 1850s. End quote. She is a liar. They are lying to you. It is not true. Now, let's deal with the first thing first. Why is it when we hear Senator Kirsten Gillibrand using women and using women's emotions to say that, well, the Supreme Court justices lied to us? No, they didn't. Precedent does not mean settled law. There is no such thing as settled law. It does not exist. Because if you believe that a Supreme Court justice decision is settled law, then you believe that in 1856, the Dred Scott decision that said that blacks are slaves and not United States citizens, and they do not have the rights of the United States citizens, then that is a precedent. And therefore, anyone in America who is black, hello BLM, hello Antifa, we're speaking to you, none of them have rights. I would not have rights. There are no rights because the precedent of 1856 said black people don't have rights. Does that matter? Does that mean the precedent means you cannot change the law? I want to hear from the left. Please answer that for me. If it's a precedent and we can't change it, and because Supreme Court justices say It's a precedent, so it's important to look at it and remember that. Does that mean that blacks should be slaves and have no rights? How about this? Do they believe that women do not have rights? We're talking about Minor versus Happersett. I know no one has been hearing about this one. No one has been told about Minor versus Happersett, a Supreme Court decision from 1874 that guarantees women do not have a right to vote. Do you remember that precedent? Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Amy Klobuchar. Do you remember the precedent in 1874 that said that women can't vote? Do you want the Supreme Court to stand by that precedent? Do you agree that we should never change the law from a decision by the Supreme Court in 1874, over 100 years ago, that says that women don't get to vote? Will they stand by that precedent? And if they do not mention precedent again. Heller versus DC versus Heller. Actively, right this second, Democrats are trying to get that reversed. Right this second, Second Amendment rights, gone. They want to get rid of it. Citizen United, they want to get rid of that. FEC versus, Citizens United versus FEC. They are trying to get rid of that right now. Both of them are over a decade old and are precedent. Democrats have no problem trying to reverse that. So you cannot stand here and tell me that any Supreme Court justice that has said, well, those are precedents, so they're important. You cannot, as a Democrat, tell me, well, because they are a precedent, we cannot change that, while they are trying to change several precedents, and they are celebrating the fact Brown versus Education, Minor versus Hapsert, and Dred Scott, that there were changes and precedent was changed in the past. It's one or the other. Either blacks are still slaves and cannot vote, women cannot vote, or we have today. Which one is it? So, and I just gave you a bunch of information. CNN won't tell you that. MSNBC won't tell you that. New York Times isn't quoting that. You look at your majority of the media, no one is telling you the cases I just brought up. And no one is asking Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Nancy Pelosi, Amy Klobuchar, Chuck Schumer, all of the left, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, Congressman or maybe Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado. No one's asking anyone on the left to answer the question I just gave you. Not one person. How can they run our government and tell us that this is evil and that this is bad, and they're going to destroy cities as they already are, and they're going to attack Christians as they already are, but they won't answer these questions I just asked you? Four cases where Democrats either celebrate that the precedent changed or that they are actively trying to change the precedent, and yet they're telling us you can't touch Roe versus Wade. Why? Because you like it? That's not a legal decision. Because laws, like science, is never settled. And everything can be reviewed. Everything can have a different decision. That's what I believe. But let me go back. Let me go to the comments here, because I've given you a lot of information, and I don't think anyone else is giving the information on this that I've just gone over. I don't think anyone else pretty much no one else on the internet has given you these four cases and asked you to think about that in the same way that Democrats are asking you to think about Roe versus Wade. I don't think anyone has addressed this, and they should. And I hope that the rest of the news media, whether they're on the right or the left, that they take these questions I just presented and answers them. whether it's from the right or from the left. I want to hear answers on that because you deserve to have it. It is your constitutional right to have an answer to this, and they're not giving it to you. Let me see. So Dow says, I was just in a place in 2018 to finally pay down the principal of his interest. Started 2 years ago, and then the economy nosedived, and he's back to square one. I don't want to pay someone to pay off my debt. I want them to leave me alone so I can pay off my debt. And I agree. Dal speaking about Joe Biden and Democrats trying to buy off voters by saying we will take away your debt, which actually means that everyone else pays your debt for you. It's the ultimate in being lazy. So Dal, I can understand. I want you to have a job, as good a job as you can get, and you can pay it off yourself. I agree with that. User has been banned says that he agrees with Dow, and the answer could be as simple as cut the interest rates or at least delay paying back the interest rates, and that could be an answer if they're supposedly trying to help everyone. Just help everyone by not allowing there to be interest. Okay, I can live with that too. Again, I don't have to pay off that interest. Wipe it out. No one has to pay it. Okay, there's a compromise. John says that the leaking of the majority draft decision is going to be backfiring on the Democrats. He actually did read the decision, and it was written well and clear. And I read it as well. In particular, I mentioned to people, if you read Alito's draft, read page 5. Page 5 going into page 6. That's it. Hang on. So let me make sure everyone knows. I strongly say read pages 5 and 6. I think it makes the case as clear as day. And I think it's very well summed up in those sections. Okay? So I think people should read this. If you're for abortion or you are against abortion, you should read it. You should understand what is the argument that's being made here, not the emotional argument, because the emotional argument is kill babies or don't kill babies. That's the emotional argument. Let's be honest with each other. Let's have this honest conversation. If you are pro late-term abortion, you are pro killing babies. These are children that can survive outside the womb. If you believe in abortion when there is a heartbeat, you believe in killing a human life. That is a fact. We can have the argument before there is a heartbeat, which in virtually every state, if there isn't a heartbeat, abortions are allowed. It's the question of once there is a heartbeat, which means there is a human being there, and human beings in America who have a heartbeat are protected by the law. That is a requirement of our government. And that's where the issue comes in. Hang on. Hello, we have our first call in today. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, who is calling?
Hey, this is Jason.
Hey, Jason, go ahead.
Hey, yeah. So, you're getting right into the abortion argument.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the first thing is just simply about what happened, with the release of information and the doxing of the judges, technically, and how the White House, like, these people have a right to protest or whatever, and there is no, there's nothing being said or put out there, how they should actually, what sort of protest or behavior is acceptable to the White House. And so it's pretty much a free for all. It's just like when Psaki goes out there and says that he's like, well, it's a really an emotional time, and people are finding out that they're going to be losing their rights, and that's where she leaves the argument.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
no one's losing their rights.
Yeah, exactly. No, we already know that. I mean, it's a load of that's terrible. I mean, that's the thing. It's not even a just argument. It's never, the problem with abortion is it's never been a legitimate argument. And I've heard too, even libertarian, arguing, about this issue. I know, Larry Sharp was mentioning something on his show the other day, and even his stated point was, he was talking about the fact that Roe versus Wade, that, 3/4 of Americans, believe that it should stand. And the bottom line is that 3/4 of Americans have absolutely no clue, what, Roe versus Wade is,
Well, let me clarify something about that because it's a stat everyone has heard and it's
yeah,
misquoted. If you just ask people, should abortion exist? Yes, 3/4 of America will say that. If you ask the follow-up question, do you believe that abortion should be after there is a heartbeat? The majority of America agrees that it should not. You should not be able to abort a baby after there's a heartbeat. You should not be able to abort a baby that can live outside the womb. Most Americans overwhelmingly disagree. Democrats, libertarians, Republicans all agree that you should not abort a baby late term. There is a big difference here, and they use the overall, well, some sort of abortion should be allowed to emotionally manipulate people and to change the discussion. So I just want to make sure people are clear about that, but please go on.
no, I mean, yeah, you subbed up that point, perfectly. And that right there, though, is probably one of the most frustrating things that's coming out right now, because I don't think that point's been argued properly, but like I said, I've heard the argument, out there saying that, well, geez, I mean, our country's, going to be more divided, over this issue. And it's really just not. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, I know for a fact, though, is that once this is done, and Roe versus Wade doesn't exist, then it goes to the states, and pretty much it's non-issue, when it comes to the Supreme Court. And I honestly believe that it's going to completely transform the way that we see presidential elections when it comes to nominees for the Supreme Court, because I don't think that the Democrats are going to have that motivational, push to actually push, for presidential elections based upon Supreme Court picks. Because really, the only issue that I think that they'd ever get anybody riled up over has been abortion. So with that no longer being part of the Supreme Court, they just don't really have that drive and motivation. Well, where conservatives and Republicans really want a massive limiting of the government's power, where the Democrats only see as trying to actually give more power to their power to their side, whereas I don't think that they would be able to see the Supreme Court as being that same arm as it would be, for example, as having a president with the pen and a paper and the executive order type of mentality. I don't think they tie it in. But the abortion issue has always been one that could actually drive people to the polls and have an argument to say, hey, let's do that. But you're 100% right when you're talking about the statistics of what people believe and how they feel on certain topics and arguments. And the thing is that Democrats have done a very successful job at always going to the most extreme debate when it comes to abortion, and always going, well, rape, incest, and what if it's this, or disabled, the mother's going to die or something, and the bottom line is that they never question the fact of partial birth abortion, realizing that Roe versus Wade, in its broadest and most definitively defined definition, fully allows for partial birth abortions. Nobody, well, not nobody. I mean, I think maybe 6% of the population think that's a good idea, according to some polls. But that's the thing, is that there is upheld by the way that they interpreted that. And that being said, that's people's opinions, But when it comes down to it, obviously, it's all about the Constitution and whether or not there's actually some sort of right for that to be there and to exist. And the bottom line, there never was one, And
Well, let me take a step back in this.
sure.
Let me ask you, one of the biggest arguments that we're hearing right now is that precedent. That's the answer from most of the Democrats who are trying to give an excuse for this, is saying, well, it's precedent, and since they broke precedent, one, that's a lie, that they lied to the Senate, And two, you can't break precedent. I just gave 4 cases of precedent. As far as I'm aware, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, no one else in the media is using those 4 cases to show that precedent doesn't mean what Democrats are telling us it means. And no one is addressing the fact that they did not lie, because they have never said, even once, oh, we will never change this. Am I wrong in these things?
No, you're not. And, Democrats have always relied on the ignorance of the voter on different topics, basically to push, their propaganda, narrative. And the bottom line is that people just don't understand, what the hell they're talking about. They don't understand. They don't know those 4 different examples given. I mean, how many times have those been repeated in the news media, for the last, week? I mean, you're not going to find those on any of the major networks that are prominently dominated by Democrats. You might find that maybe I don't watch Fox, but I mean maybe you'll get a couple commentators on there to mention it there, and then the only other place maybe you'll get it is yourself, and then some of the other more conservative platforms, like maybe Blaze TV or a Daily Wire or something like that.
You mean the targets of attack from the Disinformation Governance Board?
Right. Yeah, and so I mean, you're not getting. I mean, so that's the thing. And one of the things that the Democrats are losing, and this ties right into the situation that they have with Twitter, is that this propaganda and the way that they're saying, and this supposedly misinformation, about precedent, is something that they, wholeheartedly would want Twitter basically to eliminate, and they're praying that, YouTube bans, this program, the show right now, for you talking about precedent, and possibly mentioning something, or they would say, well, you're not, interpreting our information properly because, when we talk about precedent, we're only talking about abortion. We're not talking about, slavery, black rights, women's rights. We're not talking about, any of those issues that had been precedent at one time and have been, either constitutional amendments or completely thrown out by the courts, in the past. So, and that's the thing is that the precedence is supposed to be something that it's like, okay, so you've got a legacy and a tradition. I mean, they don't even. That's a joke, though. This is, even when you think about tradition, Democrats joke. There is not a tradition, in this country that the Democrats wouldn't, throw by the wayside in a heartbeat, to basically, pander to the progressive movement, and there's nothing more, no person more obvious, when it comes to that philosophy than Joe Biden. When you see, his tradition, well, I mean, he's never been, conservative by any means, but he had, some sort of traditional values and beliefs at one point, or either maybe he never had them, but he actually, spoke about them and, took the position at least, on tradition. But he gave all those up, throughout his entire, administration to basically pander to a very progressive, wing of the party.
Well, we know that Joe Biden has made it very clear. He said, MAGA is the most extreme political organization in recent U.S. history. First of all, there is no MAGA organization, so he's wrong. 2, MAGA didn't burn down Minneapolis. MAGA didn't take over Atlanta or Austin, New York City, Seattle, the Chaz, the autonomous zones. MAGA didn't do any of those things. So, and I think it's pretty extreme when you kidnap American citizens, take their property, burn down cities, and you killed 36 people. I think that's pretty extreme. So, to tell me that it's MAGA is extreme because you don't agree in killing babies in the 3rd trimester, I'm sorry, I don't agree with you.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and it's the way that they define it. They come up with a term, and it's like MAGA's got to be, Trump, Orange Man bad. Let's focus on that. January 6th, repeat that. Russian collusion, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh well, maybe we can't say that as much as we did, considering, we were the ones who were colluding with Russia. Whole Joe Biden, situation with his son's laptop and collusion with the Chinese. It's insane, and so they go down that rabbit hole. So, but if they keep on the narrative, Orange Man bad, Mega, and all this other stuff, and it just the spiral just it gets to a point where, you got to ask yourself, Mike, it's like, who the hell, are they targeting with this information?
I
Because
can
it's just
show
like,
you. I can show you, and it's on screen right now. They're targeting the LGBTQ. They're targeting everyone who's afraid, who's gotten special interest treatment from the United States. They're trying to say that because Roe versus Wade is not, or may be, and again, it hasn't happened yet, but may be overturned because it's not constitutional. They're trying to say, well, then the LGBT are going to be overturned, that they're going to lose their rights. Except, one, that's not life threatening. Two, that's not the arguments that are made. None of the arguments that they put out there. Did you hear this argument that they say, well, if the Roe v. Wade can be overturned, then you don't have a right to contraception with your wife or just to have it yourself. Have you heard that argument?
yeah, I have. And then they're morons. Because the bottom line, I mean, well, that's the thing is that, and Mitt Romney got into that one, I think, during the debate. He said, well, can the government restrict it? And he says, well, the government can. And all of a sudden they're like, well, Mitt Romney wants to, ban contraception. He says, well, it was never that he was saying that, we ban it, because who the hell would ever do that? Nobody, no government would ever do that, because it's basically people elect, I mean, you
Actually,
elect
they
your
can't. Well, here's the difference. They're saying it's privacy. And the answer is, I believe, as I understand the law, there's a difference between saying, I have a right privately to use contraception in my home, which is something which involves an act between
Right.
two consenting adults that does not interfere with anyone else's life, that does not deprive anyone of life, liberty, or happiness. It does not deprive them of the ability to live their lives, and no one's life is at risk. It is not a legitimate argument. There is no privacy to being pregnant. That's not a private thing. That's public. That's something you've done. You made a choice in most cases. In most cases, obviously, we're not talking about rape. We're not talking about incest. We're talking about in general. And the way that the abortions are used are overwhelmingly 80. I believe the number is 92% of all abortions have nothing to do with rape, incest, or anything else. This is a choice. It is being used as a contraceptive. That's not privacy. That's denying the rights of the baby, which is unborn. That's the way I see it. But go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and you get into the weeds of, what the government can do and can't do, and that's the thing, is whether or not it should be. And the thing is, though, is that the big thing is when it comes to contraception and it comes to these other arguments, the bottom line is it doesn't matter, because the thing is that it is a democratic process that will make that decision. Because the thing is that if you really did want to ban, contraceptions, I mean, the sale of it, not the actual, nobody can stop the use, or however you consider contraception, is in your own home or whatever. But just from a manufacturing stance or something like that, yeah, I mean, people could vote, something like that in there. But the thing is that, I mean, they're arguing something so preposterous, extreme. They're just like, you got to be kidding me. We're talking about, I mean, you're talking about, buying, condoms, in a store versus, partial birth abortion, being able to pretty much chop a baby's head off right when it pops out. I mean, the conversation is not even on the same page, and they're just so preposterous, far removed. Where do the Democrats bring the argument to the most extremely ridiculous, place to argue it? Because the bottom line is that, their stance with abortion, because they had to take that stance because of the way that Roe versus Wade was defined, because the majority of the population, like, if the Democrats
Well,
could
let me explain it the way that perhaps the way the Supreme Court phrased it.
right.
If you have a right to have a private conversation with your doctor, no one disputes that. If in that private health screening, health process with your doctor, which the government is not supposed to interfere with, hello, let's talk about the last 2 years, medical mandates, but going beyond that. They say that you have that. And in that private conversation, you and your doctor decide, not because of health reasons, but because you choose to be able to have an abortion. You cannot privately discuss murder with anyone and have it legal. That's called a conspiracy to commit murder. and that is illegal. It doesn't matter if it's one person or multiple people. You cannot privately kill anyone. By the way, most people are killed privately, not publicly. It's not like an assassination of John F. Kennedy. Most people die privately in small groups, and anyone involved is a conspirator. It's called murder in the second degree. It's a conspiracy. You've helped to kill someone. So to say that it's private does not omit or remove murder. Because if the baby has a heartbeat, that's a human being. Human beings have rights. So again, their argument fails. It's not a good argument.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, though, because I mean, the bottom line, you see where this is going. Because once the Roe versus Wade, gets thrown out, you see your argument there is going to be what's going to be going in court. Because the bottom line is that people are afraid that women are going to get prosecuted for having abortions, or if they did have a partial birth abortion or something like that, they get prosecuted. But basically, by your own stance of what you just said, about the fact that they conspired to actually take an act to actually murder a child, that is murder, and for there are going to be consequences for that behavior, or there should be if it is in fact considered murder, rather than whatever they define abortion as not being murder, an abortion. So it will be definitely a very future. With that will be debated. It will never be debated in New York State because basically, I mean, you can do whatever you want to a child. I think when even out for a few moments.
No, it's up to the moment of birth. New York state law allows for an abortion up to the moment of birth if it affects the health of a mother.
Yeah, well,
of the woman.
Definition, and that's the problem too, is the definition of health of the mother. The thing is that this is the crazy thing about this argument about mental health too, because mental health happens to be the main reason why a partial birth abortion can be justified without any sort of.
That's how New York defines it. It is. That's how New York defines it.
Yeah.
Anything that affects the health. If she has a headache, her health has been affected, and therefore she can have an abortion. Yeah, literally, that is what the law says.
And this is one of the crazy things about that argument too, is that they were saying right up to the age of birth, and then somebody would say, well, why don't you put the child up for abortion? And I've heard the argument.
You mean
is
adoption?
The crazy one. Up for adoption. Sorry, got my terms mixed up there. But anyway, got to put the child up for adoption, and they say, well, no, it's because the pain that will cause the mother to know that child is living without her would be more than she could bear. So she needs to kill that child rather than living a life without that child with her, even though she doesn't want it. And that I couldn't believe how many people actually believe that is a valid reason for abortion, and it's really just preposterous. I mean, it's to me, the argument would almost be the same as this: is that a man and a woman have 3 kids, and that woman finds out that because of her she ends up losing custody, full custody to a man, and what she decides to do rather than lose those children is she decides to drown them in the bathtub. I mean, one aspect you say, well, that's complete murder. The other one, New York State would say, well, that's an abortion and that's acceptable. And that's where the moral ground is, that where we stand right now, because the arguments are getting more and more preposterous from the left, and what they believe that is health, and what is acceptable in society. The value of life is absolutely, the Democrat Party, as we've seen with everything, the value of a life has really very little meaning to them. And it kind of just slides into the simple fact is that they despise human life, and it is seen in every single moment.
I would say, and let's be fair, that's not true of all Democrats. Not
all.
Many moderates. I think that's true of the far left, which is usually progressives. Individuals like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Citizen Action, Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence. We're talking about a very small splinter of the Democratic Party, but they're also vocal and they're also elected. And we see them like Kirsten Gillibrand, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cory Bush. And they have co-opted other Democrats like Amy Klobuchar, like pretty much the entire Democratic Party that's elected right now into falling in line with this. So I do want to be a little clear on that.
Well, I mean, you actually just confirm what I said, being basically you just named out a bunch of politicians who all pretty much believe that same philosophy. You're saying not all Democrats, but the bottom line is that how do those Democrats get in power unless the Democrat people in the Democrat Party are electing them,
Mhm.
and essentially they are standing behind their position and what they believe in, because all those politicians you just named wouldn't be in power if a bunch of Democrats, so-called moderate Democrats, did not vote them into power. They voted them into power. Those are the policies that they're pushing forward, and those are the ones that the Democrats who voted for them have to stand by, because that is what they got.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's it.
Well, yeah, there is a consequence for blindly voting straight down the line, party line, which I've never admitted or suggested for anyone is go straight down the line, just party line. You get
Yeah.
things like late-term abortion in New York State, which is not, again, overwhelmingly, the nation does not believe in that.
But again, it goes completely solid. But like I said, it's a tie-in, to the philosophy. I mean, the whole, and the whole economic movement when it comes to the green, New Deal and the green energy, all those. I mean, when you looked at, you come to the conclusion yourself when you're watching, Michael Moore's, the green,
Planet of the Humans. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Planet of the Humans. I mean, basically he just gave all those people who believed in wind, solar, and biofuel and all those different aspects, as a solution. As they believe that is a solution to the planet's problems. And then when he basically, busted and said, no, they all don't work. It's like, yeah, sorry about it, but the fossil fuels that you're using are more effective, more efficient, and actually, are better for the environment than wind, solar, and these so-called alternative energies. And then you're just like, well, geez, what do we do now? Well, we got to turn to the biggest problem on the planet. That's human race. If you eliminate the human race, you eliminate the carbon footprint, save the planet. So, and how do you do that? You basically, pop up a bunch of Planned Parenthoods, in a bunch of neighborhoods where, primarily most babies are being born, and convince those people that their children are the reason why the planet, is going to be destroyed, and you must destroy those children,
Well, let's be
to
let's
save the
be
world.
very specific about that.
Yeah.
I believe there are 300 Planned Parenthoods in America. Over a third of them are located only in the major cities of New York, California, New York City, L.A., in Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, and they are in the regions almost entirely by black populations. This is part of what Margaret Sanger originally designed Planned Parenthood for, to kill black babies. She was a eugenicist, she was a racist, and she created Planned Parenthood to kill black babies, successfully, consistently done exactly that. So let's call it what it is. That is the planned genocide of a race of people as its founder designed it and as it has functioned. That is a fact.
Yeah, and you combine that with the philosophies of today's green movement. They would simply just say that what the reason why all these Planned Parenthoods are all in major minority places. It's like, I don't know, the darker your skin, the greater your carbon footprint. So we have to eliminate. It's just like want to tie it. I mean, there was no logic and reason in any of the other reasons. Why don't they just go even farther? In the direction. Say, hey, you know what? That's what it is. But it's like I said, the arguments that they have, and just the propaganda and a constant, just you just wonder how it gets this far. And I understand though too is that when you get people like eliminated on YouTube, when you see other conservatives voices being shut down, when you see years ago, when the Tea Party had their movement and they were attacked by the IRS and shut down and their voices were silenced, you see where certain ideas from the left, the radically extreme ones, how they become so powerful and mainstream, and there's certain degrees, simply because the left has done such a good job at silencing the argument and to turning down just shutting off speech. You can't have these debates. I mean, if these debates were happening regularly and allowed to flow freely on YouTube and Twitter and all these other platforms without being censored, then honestly, I think that we would not see some of these extreme policies, even being argued on a national level, because the Democrats would know just from the the position of just from the rhetoric being heard, on these social platforms, that they just don't have the majority opinion in this. And I think that we're actually seeing too is that I do think that it will probably come out in elections that you will see that Democrats are going to be hit on these certain issues, and they'll be
They don't think
flat-footed
so.
just because they're completely ignorant of where the Americans actually believe. Because like you were saying before, they're in their own little world, they're in their own little think tank, and they have no perception of what other people think. And like I said, part of the reason I believe that happened is because people weren't able to speak on Twitter, they weren't able to speak on Facebook on these ideas. They're being shut up, they're getting kicked
Well,
off Discord for being having some sort of idea that you don't even know what isn't acceptable.
Yeah, they're
So
shutting down people because of reasons they won't tell you about. It just, you did something. Goodbye. But here's the thing. Let me ask this question. And I think it's important because it's going to affect all of our lives. And again, where America leads, the rest of the world will follow. Now, we know for a fact, and we have shown this on this program many times, both on Sundays and in general coverage, that the left has absolutely no problem, as we have documented for many years now, that they will riot and be violent on anything that disagrees with their points of view, both in protest and in destroying cities. We have dozens of videos on that coverage alone. Do you believe that the left, which has already been violent and has already had protests that were violent, just in the last week, do you see them going forward and continuing to be violent and even more violent because of abortion? Do you think that they're going to use violence to try and intimidate the rest of the nation?
Well, I don't know, but I do know the behavior of the Biden administration and a lot of the left, and the way that they are pretty much almost eating up. I believe that the Biden administration wants there to be rioting. They want that sort of exposure and stuff. They want to be able to say, hey, look, you know what? They want to point and say, well, you know what? The reason why there's rioting, the reason why this sort of stuff is happening, is because of Trump. Because Trump, he basically nominated conservative justices, and then they did. This is the reason why the rioting. He's not going to say the fact that that's where the argument is. I mean, he's not even going to go to the fact of the behavior of the people rioting, or say, well, they're emotionally, hurt inside, and they need to be able to express themselves, So if they burn a house down or two, it's not their fault. It's freaking Trump's fault for having these justices, take away their ability, to chop babies' heads off. It's like that's the left stance. So will there be rioting? Will there be, that sort of stuff going on? Well, look, you know what? The Biden administration is not stepping forward, and then trying to lower the temperature to get that not to happen. And when you see these protests happening right outside the door of the justices, the Biden administration is just like, oh, that's fine. They can do that. They can harass the family. They can, put fear into it. You have other, reporters, newscasters on there saying, well, Jesus, what would happen if just one, somebody crazy, gets the idea in their head that, if they ended up assassinating one of the justices, that they wouldn't be able to vote for Roe versus Wade, and it would stand, and it's just like, seriously, you're I mean, they're saying this on the program specifically, knowing that there's going to be crazy people listening to them to do that. There's been nothing to turn the temperature down from the left to stop this. I mean, they talk about rhetoric and things that Trump was saying to stir people up for the January 6th, which that was insane. The leap that they had to go into to actually get him to link into actually motivating people to riot into there, to kick the doors down, the windows, and break in there, and to do that sort of behavior was insane. But the rhetoric and the position that the Biden administration has taken, I believe, is extremely hostile towards the justices, and they should be held accountable if anything does happen to these justices because of their behavior, because of their lack of standing up and saying, hey guys, cut it out. They were they have life appointments in this position, And if you guys want to take a position to change the laws on abortion, then you're going to have to go to your you're going to have to go to your representatives. You're going to have to go to your senators. You're going to have to argue that there, and they're going to make the laws, within your own state.
Yeah. Well, just to mention, since you brought it up, they actually did break the law already. It's called 18 U.S. Code 1507, 18 USC 1507, which I have on the screen right now. Whoever with the intent of interfering with, obstructing, or impeding the administration of justice, or with the intent of influencing any judge, juror, witness, court officer in the discharge of his duties, pickets or parades in or near a building housing a court of the United States, or in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such judge, juror, witness, or court officer, or with the intent uses any sound truck or similar device, or resorts to any other demonstration in or near any such building or residence, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned to not more than 1 year or not imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both. The protesters who have shown up at the helms of Kavanaugh and Alito and I believe it was Gorsuch, they have already broken the law. They are already criminals, and they should be arrested because they have broken the law, as I've shown on the screen. But that's not going to happen. So I know there may be other people who want to answer who want to speak about this, because I think it's a popular topic.
Well, let me just say one thing about that, though. I didn't know that. I mean, that
no one does.
Huh?
No one does. I'm like the only one who finds this stuff.
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor apparently, like a year, But the thing is that, I mean, then what you
no, it's
just
federal.
Said, though,
it's federal because it's a federal crime.
Federal crime, so yeah, it's got its own classification, but it's not a very long
short period of time, but it is a felony because it is federal.
Oh, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, and it's being encouraged by the Biden administration. Well, I don't want to say encouraged, but they basically said, "Hey, don't commit this, felony." So that's So that's the thing, is that the Biden administration basically has their fingerprints all over this, and anything goes wrong, basically it's on them for not coming out and basically saying, "Stay away from the judge's house." That's all they had to do. And if she was on the media the whole time, talking about, hey, what's your opinion? Do you think about this? And they said, well, they all feel that way, because they're about to have the rights taken away from them, and to justify that action, against it. Yeah, the Biden administration now is in basically, that's huge, because I mean, like I said, now you've basically just argued the point, though, is that you compare, the rhetoric during any sort of rhetoric that they would say, led to January 6th, and now you actually have a rhetoric from the Biden administration, which in fact is leading to an illegal act, which that illegal act is to protest right at the houses of the justices. So yeah, I mean, that's completely different, and Biden is creating an insurrection.
It can be taken that way. It can. But let's see what everyone else has to say.
All right. I will. All right. Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you again, Jason, for your thoughts.
Yep.
So, folks, as you have, and as everyone gets to see on this program, we will hear your voice. It's not just what I think, it's what you think. And whether you agree with me or disagree with me, I'm perfectly fine with that on any subject, especially this subject. Do you think that this is criminal to go to a Supreme Court justice's home and to intimidate them with a mob of people screaming at their homes, their children, about that mob's point of view? Because that is a crime. Do you think they should be arrested for that? Should they be charged with the crime that exists in America at this time? Do you think that do you agree with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and others that say, well, Supreme Court justices lied when they didn't say that they would never change Roe versus Wade? Do you agree that precedence means that a law is settled, like settled science, and that it should never change? Which means, do you support Black people no longer having a right in America? They're not citizens, which would mean that women no longer have a right to vote. that these are settled precedents in the United States, in the Supreme Court. Do you agree with that? Or do you believe that it should be changed? Or more recently, do you believe that they should, if you're an anti-Second Amendment person, and you say, well, Heller, does that mean that people who don't believe in guns, like in New York State, like the New York State legislature, where they want to take away your rights to be able to own a gun, but Heller says you can own one. So therefore, since it was the Supreme Court, you don't have that right anymore. Do you agree with that? Because that's what Democrats are asking you to believe at this moment, that it's settled, it's done. You don't get to change your mind. These are the things that they're telling you to accept. This is what it means to agree with this. And it also means that you agree that in New York State, late-term abortion, the moment of birth is okay to kill a child. That you can do that in Virginia, that you can do that in California, you can do that in Illinois. Do you agree with that? Do you think that that's something that should be able to be done? Do you think that's perfectly okay? Because that's what you're agreeing to when you agree with Roe versus Wade and the way Roe versus Wade is being used at this time. That's just the reality of it. And it doesn't matter if you like that or you don't like that. That's what it is. We need to understand that. And do you think these are fair things? Because as I said, we can see the left has no problem letting you know that when they don't like something, they're going to have riots in Pennsylvania, in Detroit, in Seattle, in Portland, in Austin, in Boulder, Colorado, in New York City. We've seen this for years, Minneapolis. And we've seen that this has been encouraged by people like Maxine Waters and Mayor Lightfoot. We've seen it promoted by Nancy Pelosi and so many, many others. We've gone through the stories for years. This is what you're accepting when you accept the arguments that are being made about Roe versus Wade right now. And I want to address, is this about the LGBT community? No, it is not. Oops, I got some feedback here. Not sure why. But some would say, well, this is about the LGBT community. No, it's not. No, it's not. There is no connection. Being able to be married to someone under the government's guidance has nothing. You're in a civil union. That has nothing to do with this. Nope, but we have more. One moment. Come on. Give me a second. Sorry, the phone was acting up there for a second. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Mr. Mike, John Cordisco, what's up, dude?
Hey, John. So we're having some, it looks like this story is being, this live stream is being suppressed at this moment. I seem to have pissed off somebody in Biden's Disinformation Governance Board. But tell me, what do you think about what we've been talking about?
About, what do I think about what?
What we've been talking about today.
Oh, I'll tell you the truth, and I'm guilty of it too, so I'm not throwing stones, but I think Jason and maybe a little bit when it comes to Roe v. Wade being overturned, are mixing together two different issues.
And what would that be?
The morality or legality of abortion and the reason why the court is striking down Roe v. Wade. Now, in all justice, even the justice of the Supreme Court has got it misconstrued, where he says we could do this incrementally. Remember he had that comment?
There's a few different comments over the years about it.
Yeah, but the decision to strike it down has nothing to do with abortion, period.
It has to do with whether or not it's covered by the Constitution.
First, second, third trimester in some states, it's absolutely immaterial. It shouldn't even be in the discussion of Roe v. Wade being struck down, the morality of abortion, whether you're pro or against or.
But it is.
No, it's not.
No,
That's
that
the
is
part
the conversation.
that's clouding it.
But that's still the conversation that's happening in America. You can't
That's a
separate.
That's a separate conversation.
It may be, but it's a conversation that cannot be separated and is not separated.
It is by law. That's what the judges are doing. They are separating it.
Okay. And by law, as I mentioned earlier, and you may or may not have heard about that, I went over the arguments that have been suggested to keep Roe, and it does not meet constitutional muster, which is why apparently 5 of the justices are striking it down. It isn't constitutional.
Right, it isn't. Not because it has to do with abortion.
I didn't mention abortion. I'm
No,
saying,
but people, when they have the conversation, and I've had it with 1,000,000 people, and I do it myself, they bring up the Roe v. Wade being struck down, and then it somehow morphs into, the difference, the morality and legality of abortion and first trimester and late term and all that. It's clouding the issue entirely. It's a separate conversation to be had at a separate time. I'm not saying it's not a conversation that shouldn't be had, but it's a separate conversation.
I understand what you're saying.
No more than the Supreme Court can rule that all 16-year-olds or above can consume and purchase alcohol in the United States. It would be thrown out because they don't have the right to do it without legislation. That's the one thing that they said. And you read the draft of the decision.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with abortion, and it's the left, and with the help now of the right, I might add, or the pro-life people that are clouding the issue of the morality of abortion and the decision. It's 2 separate issues. No more than illegal immigration and Roe v. Wade are the same. They're 2 separate issues entirely.
Yes, I do understand that, but, and I think it's incontrovertible to say that emotion is tied to this issue and people are emotional, whether they should be or shouldn't be.
Well,
The morality is part of the conversation.
Yeah, but you and I have been critical of dealing with your emotions like that instead of logic and reason and law for a long time.
Well, I've offered
You can't have it both ways.
Well, no, on this at least in this episode, I believe I've done an entire portion of the show talking about the legality and why the legality does and does not apply, and I'm happy to go over it again.
I guess what I was more referring to is you and Jason. Like Jason, made a lot of good points. He talked about Roe v. Wade. He talked about the overturning and why. And then it morphs into the moral arguments of abortion. And I just wish people would stop doing that because it connects them when there's no connection.
Well, here's the connection, and here's where this is where I see the connection. Maybe I haven't been clear, but I'll make it. The reason why it is in part connected, and I think this is a big thing, is if there is a heartbeat, that is a human being. It is the obligation of any government in the world, that if there is a heartbeat, then that is a life, and that is a defenseless life, and governments must protect the defenseless citizens.
Has
that
nothing to do with overturning Roe v. Wade. Absolutely zero.
Hear me out. If you do not overturn Roe versus Wade, individuals are using Roe v. Wade as the reason to kill that innocent life, which is a violation of the purpose of government. It is denying them life as well as liberty and eventually the pursuit of happiness.
That's not the case. That the case is not about abortion itself.
Well, no.
It was about, I forget the person's name that when they eventually went to the Supreme Court.
But John, I understand what you're saying. And again, the argument about privacy, I've already debunked that. I've already talked about the fact that there is the change of precedent does exist. It is a commonality. What does it mean if we do not change precedent? But there is also the component that an individual life is at risk.
There isn't. That's the problem. That's the trap. That's the trap that the left has put you and I both. I do it myself.
Why is it not? Do we agree on this? Let me ask you this. If there is a heartbeat, let's even go even more extreme. If there is a viable child, we're talking 6, 7, 8 months, a child that can live outside the womb, which would be a human being who has an individual right to life, We agree on that. Yes?
A different issue entirely.
I'm asking a question. Do you agree with that?
But don't in the same conversation when people are discussing, and I mean serious people that have a say over what happens, Roe v. Wade being overturned, and then turn around and talk about what you just said is disingenuous.
I don't think it's disingenuous to say that part of my argument
No, it
is
can't
that
be.
it's about life. It's about protecting
It
life.
can't be, because then you have to have the court to determine what constitutes life, and they haven't done that.
They should do that then, because
Well,
life is important. It is part of the foundation of our Constitution of everything. It's life.
You have a brand new baby, and it's a heartbeat. It's cells beating. It's not a real heart. You can go on and on into the weeds with this.
That's, you know what? But let's do that then. Let's have that discussion.
But not with this case. But not with this case. Talk about the issue, and it is separate.
And I
separate
do not,
thing entirely.
I don't
This
think they're
case
separate.
because you're using your morality and emotions.
No,
it's
I'm
not
using.
about that.
No, I'm making a line that life is to
No,
be protected.
well,
Either the government is there to protect life, or the government is
That's
not.
not why they're striking it down to protect life.
I'm not talking. I've already talked about why he's striking it down.
But
I've addressed
it's
that.
it's not tied in together. It's just a legal decision. It does not outlaw abortion. Period.
But I
In
think
fact,
it is part
95%
of
of abortions will still happen.
I'm not. You know what? I can't stop abortions from happening. It's a state by state decision. But from the position of the federal government, they cannot put a law in place that impedes life itself. In fact, that's one of the arguments that the left uses about.
And they cannot put a law in place that does the opposite, promotes abortion. You can't do it either way. That's the entire point.
Well, actually, yes, they can put a law in place. They could technically put a law in place that would protect life because there is a heartbeat. Yes, they can.
But here's the issue on legality. If the Democrats had the votes since 1973, I was a junior in high school when this Roe v. Wade passed.
I was in elementary school, yeah.
If the Democrats since 1973 to date had the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the President all on the same page for making abortion legal in all 50 states, why haven't they done it by now? Because the progressives and the Democrats don't use legislation to control people. They use the court system. And this is what they did in 1973. And the court is saying this is not the venue to make abortion legal. And that's all.
It would be a state by state decision. And it is, we have a fundamental disagreement.
Well, but you said you read the decision.
I did read the decision. That doesn't mean that
Alito was crystal clear in that fact that this is not about abortion.
I don't think that's the only part of the discussion that should be had or part of the legal discussion.
You're reading between the lines as something he didn't write.
I didn't say that Alito said this. I said this.
That's all that's important to the court is the legal definition and the legality of it.
And
now, I'm sure there's going to be another case down the road.
Of course.
Where a state like it, we'll say Mississippi or Alabama, that has a 100% ban except for incest, rape, and the life of the mother, we'll say. They'll probably put that in there. And that'll be challenged. Now, whether the Supreme Court takes on that case and it goes through the system, we don't know. But this is the first time that it's been brought up as a legal matter only and not a moral or a religious one.
I don't think it's a moral question when the United States government, by definition, states that life is a part of the obligation of the government.
Then you say in the same sentence, well, if there's a heartbeat, that's murder.
Yes, because life is.
That's a different. It's like saying
no, it's not.
I want to strike down. I'm a justice on the Supreme Court, and I think Roe v. Wade is bad law.
Okay.
And it is.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm doing it because of illegal immigration.
No, that's not the same thing.
One has nothing to do with the other.
No, because immigration, legal or illegal, has nothing to do with the life or death.
Point.
No, that is the point. It has. You can't compare it to other things that don't deal with life and death.
Abortion And the legality at the federal level, like Roe v. Wade, is not the same issue.
It is an issue about life. It is about the
No, it's
preservation.
not.
It
Alito
is.
made that crystal clear.
I understand what and again, that's Alito's
Don't-
position. I'm not
don't-
talking about
Well,
Alito's
Alito's
position.
one of the ones that can vote on it. So
I
his
understand
position
that.
and the other 5 justices
That-
is very important.
That does not invalidate the argument goes beyond what he's speaking about.
No, it doesn't. Not when
It
you're not
does.
if you're a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer.
They are.
Okay.
And they heard lawyers present their case and they made their decision or going too soon.
And that doesn't mean that lawyers are going to address every factor that goes into any issue. It doesn't mean that they are correct
Then
in
if
limiting
that's the
it.
case, if they're doing this because some of them believe that abortion is immoral,
Now, I'm
then
not,
then they should be impeached and thrown off the court.
No,
because
they're-
that is not why they're there.
this isn't, again, you're saying that my argument, or the argument, I should say, but no, my argument that to kill a baby is immoral, period. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the immorality of it. I am talking about the legality of it. That life legally is a United States citizen.
Legally in the United States, it's never been, well, it's been unlawful in the past, but it's not unlawful now. There is
I
a state in
understand
the
it's
union
not-
that has 0 abortion.
I understand. But again, and that's why Texas has the heartbeat bill. They are
So
recognizing.
do you think the Supreme Court can rule that we're going to look out for the protection of the unborn child and we are going to ban abortion? Does the Supreme Court have that right?
Would I like to see that? Yes,
They don't have the right.
I believe they do.
No, you need legislation. That's the problem.
Well, no,
If
no,
you do
no,
it from
wait,
the,
wait,
if you do
wait,
it from the
wait,
court system,
wait,
we end
wait.
up in a box like Roe v. Wade.
Wait. I'm not asking for them to be activists. We're talking about two different things.
You kind of are.
No, I'm not. Because if there is a law in the United States, because I believe there is already law in the Constitution that clearly states that citizens have rights and the government is obligated to protect those rights, including, most of all, the right to life. That is in the Constitution. And a person that would be someone with a heartbeat that is alive and independent of anyone else, that life has a right, and that must be preserved by the government. Now, whether or not they want to use that part of the argument in saying Roe v. Wade is inapplicable or does not should not exist is an entirely different thing than saying it exists. That argument
No,
does
they are
exist.
saying the government has a right, but the state governments have the right, not the federal.
The state government has a right that is separate of the right. And again, federal government has different rights than state government. And I do believe states should make this decision. But if we are looking at it from a federal point of view, the federal government goes by the Constitution, and the Constitution and its amendments does definitively say there is a right to life, period.
And that's where we get into the weeds. When does it become life? At conception,
That is an
at
entirely-
birth, or somewhere in between.
And that is an argument that has to go through the courts. That is
Yes,
an
but
argument that
it's
hasn't.
separate. It's separate from the Roe v. Wade decision.
That is, again, it is and it isn't. The fact that the right to life exists is an argument which they do not want to address, because at that point, then we have to have a definition of life. Well, that comes to the states, which have to go through the court system to be something that would then go up all the way.
Or the people that vote for the representatives in each state have to say. That's what they're
That's-
also saying too.
And I agree with
Alito
that.
was crystal clear in that.
I
He says
understand
the
that.
problem with legislating from the bench is it's not democracy,
But
and
I
the
don't-
voters don't have a say.
But again, I don't think that in the argument I am making is not legislating from the bench. We're not talking about activism because it exists. There is a precedent in law that exists. Now, whether or not that precedent applies that's where the difference of my opinion versus other people's opinion seems to differ, depending on where you are.
There's never been a precedent in the United States in legal law that I'm aware of, correct me if I'm wrong, that says at the moment of conception, that's an individual life.
We don't have anything to define
That's
when
right.
life
We don't.
begins.
So there is no precedent to fall back
There
on.
is a precedent of life. We have to present. Matter of fact, it's in. I'm
But
putting
unless
it on
you
the
know what the
screen.
definition of life is legality-wise, you can't make that decision.
That's not necessarily true because we do have the 14th Amendment, which does address the rights that individuals have by life.
You're using the exact same argument that
No,
was made in 1973 when Roe v. Wade was passed by a 7-2 vote.
and I think that they should have gone.
You're holding up the Constitution in a light and putting lemon juice on it and reading things in it that you want to read.
No, it says it very clearly. 14th Amendment. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
That's right.
We're talking about life. Life is a baby
But that
has a
not
life.
been defined by constitutional law yet.
Then that has to be clarified in the law. But as the
So-
law states, that is a fact.
Until that is done, that's a separate issue than Roe v. Wade.
No, the definition of life is separate, but the fact that life is protected by the Constitution is not in question. It says it.
Yes,
And I'm
it
just
is in
using the
question.
14th.
Legality,
No.
legal-wise, it is in question. You're talking about a moral.
No, I'm talking
Definition.
again. I am quoting the 14th Amendment. I have it on the
I
screen.
can see it. I've read the Constitution many times. I can see
All
what
right.
it says. I'm not blind.
All right, but I'm being very clear about where am I getting this idea from? What's my precedent? My precedent is 14th Amendment says
But
it
you're
there.
reading things into it that
No,
they did
I'm
in
not.
1973. Yes,
no,
you are.
I'm look. What I am reading is, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property. Now,
Uh-huh.
it is a point of issue for the courts to define what is a person and what is life.
Until that is done,
But that
this
doesn't
does not
no,
apply.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. It may be redefined, it may be more narrowly defined, but until it is, the broadest sense of the law applies. Life is period. It says
That's
life.
the
period.
exact argument that was used in 1973.
And I think that they judged it
Now,
wrong
they
in
use
1973.
a different portion of the Constitution, but they said since there is no definition that broadly applies, they use the same argument.
I understand that. And that argument, I believe, should have stayed. And I believe that the justices in 1973, during the only period in our history since 1935 that the Supreme Court was liberal leaning, the only time, it was from 1960 to 1973, 74, that the Supreme Court was opposite of the actual United States populace, and they decided against what I am saying. But that does not take away
Let me tell
from
you how
what I
the state of
said.
New York, got around this conundrum. I call it a legal conundrum. When they passed the new abortion laws, was it a year and a half ago? They took out the statute under New York state law. They used to say that a local district attorney, if they so choose when they prosecute a murder, if a woman was pregnant, can charge 2 murders.
Yes.
That was on the books.
Yes.
But New York State saw the conundrum of when is life life. So they took out that statute. If you kill a pregnant woman, you're only charged with 1 homicide now.
I understand that, and that is New York
Because you
State.
can't define it yet.
But no, they chose not to.
Well,
But that
no,
doesn't
they
mean you
chose-
can't define it. Yes, you can.
They had what I'll call evil intention.
I know they had evil intentions. That's why we have late-term abortions, which most Americans, the overwhelming
So
number,
what you're
disagree
basically saying is, don't overturn Roe v. Wade.
That's
Let
not what I'm saying.
the court decide
No, that's not what I said.
when life begins,
No,
and that will just
No.
cancel it out.
no, that's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying at all. That isn't what I've said, and that is not what I mean. And I've been very clear.
You're implying it. You're implying
not.
it because you.
No, I'm not. You are looking at two. There are two different things that are happening.
Yeah,
You're looking for the definition of life. I'm not.
I'm not either.
Then the answer is we already have
Because
that.
you can't come to a definition. It's an impossible task.
Yes, I can. I can come to a
Yes,
definition
in your
of life.
own morality you can, but not
No,
legally.
Sure, I can. Based on science, yes, I can. Yes, I can define that. And I can very easily define it. And at the moment, I'm defining it now. I personally, and much science says, life begins at conception. But to be a moderate, to take a moderate position on that, I am going to go with there is a heartbeat. Heartbeats define life. Therefore, that is the moment of life. Now, I can get more definitive and go scientifically to the moment of conception, but rather than to have that dispute, to be able to be a moderate on this issue, I would be willing to compromise and go to the moment of heartbeat, which therefore defines life. But I can and do define life, and so has Texas, so have several other states.
There's beating cells in a fetus, embryo, human, whatever you want to call it, within the first week or two.
And if you're asking me, do I believe
is that a heartbeat or is that just a heart cell that's developing? This is where
according to science,
this is where this gets dicey.
No, it's not, because you can, again, science, depending on where you're looking at, there is a question, but there are scientists who have determined and state that life begins at conception. But again, I am giving leeway and I am willing to be a moderate and say that, okay, I will wait
there's
until
a heartbeat is not being a moderate because it's less than a week after conception. So it's really
no, that's not, because there isn't a defined heart in a week. That's not true. There are cells. Again, I'm asking for a definition which would go with something that is clearly and definitively something that we can isolate and define.
Until there's a legal definition drawn at the federal level, the best you can possibly hope for is overturning Roe v. Wade and have each individual state decide what they want to do. That's the
and
best.
I'm fine with that.
That's the best compromise until when does life become a legal definition?
And I'm not trying to define life. I do agree with overturning Roe v. Wade. I have explained the reasons why I believe it, which include many issues. One, debunking the argument that was used to allow it to exist, as well as to take away the arguments that are being made right now to say that it should not be overturned. But there is an additional question.
Everything you say concerning abortion, I agree with 100%. There's no disagreement between you and I. Zero. The disagreement that I'm having is tying it together with Roe v. Wade.
And that's where we have a very different opinion. And that's fine.
Because if those justices tied it in with what you're thinking, then they are just like the progressives and go by emotion and not law.
And I disagree with that.
You can't have emotion involved in law. You can't do it.
I'm not trying to put emotion in law. I'm using a definitive.
Killing
legal
a baby is emotional. Killing an infant is emotional. I mean, let's cut through it.
Okay, my wording is emotional. No doubt. I'm a human being. But the reasoning is not. The reasoning is scientific, as I have just explained. So, yes, my wording, and I will fully admit this is an emotional issue for me, and my wording may be emotional, but the reasoning is not. The reasoning
the definition
is based
of life
in science.
has zero to do with the Roe v. Wade decision.
Actually, I disagree.
It was never brought up, never.
It's in the Constitution.
Any of the arguments against Roe v. Wade
whether
since
or not
1973.
Whether it's in the arguments or not does not mean it's not an argument.
Well, okay, you can pick anything in the world as an issue if you want to make an argument with it. I mean, that doesn't really have anything to do with the issue.
Just because I'm using an argument that wasn't used by someone else doesn't mean it's invalid.
Yeah, but you're doing what you accuse the progressives of doing.
No, because I have a scientific basis for what I'm saying.
You're clouding the issue.
It's not clouded. I don't believe it's clouded. Now, if we've got a whole audience.
The issue of abortion being legal and Roe v. Wade being overturned are separate, period.
You know what? We're not going to agree here. And that's fine.
Then why doesn't the decision ban abortion in the United States then? That wasn't the case they were going over. That had nothing to do
because
with
that's
morality.
Not the parameter. That's not one. That would have to be something decided by law, and judges don't have the right to outright create law. So they can't make that decision. They're not making that decision.
Since they don't have the right to do that, they can't use their emotions to make judgments.
I'm not asking them to make emotions. This is not emotional. My wording describing it may be emotional.
Tying it into the abortion issue is always emotional, no matter what side you're on.
Life is definable. I believe you can define life. And I believe scientifically there is evidence to define life. And therefore, I will define life by that
I know all
scientific
that. It's a
definition.
separate, it has separate DNA. It has all that. I get all that. And I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree 100%. But you have to look at it from a legal perspective, not an emotional
I am
one.
looking at it from a legal perspective. You
don't
don't
do
agree
what you
with.
criticize the progressives are doing
I'm
and
not.
looking at the emotional of it.
I'm not.
Well, you
I
kinda
have
are.
a legal. No, I'm not. I'm not. I
You're
have a
talking about,
legal.
You're talking about killing infants. You're about killing humans. That's
which
emotional.
is what it is. Now, what it is and how I describe it, because I'm describing it specifically, and yes, that is emotional in that specific description,
But
does
you
not
dis-
change the basis by which I am making that
But
argument.
would you discuss it in the same, we'll call it dialogue, for the overturn of Roe v. Wade? It does cloud the issue of the overturn.
It shouldn't, because I'm being very explicit in the way I'm describing it and what is the basis by which I am coming to that decision.
I'll bet you all 9 justices hate abortion.
Maybe. I don't necessarily believe that's true.
We'll even say 6 or 7 of them if you really went down to it.
That I would believe
The
a lot
problem
more.
is this is an issue like slavery with no compromise.
It should be. It should be. There shouldn't be a compromise on it.
And that's what Justice Roberts wants to do. He wants to make it incremental, whatever the hell that means. So he's clouding the issue.
Well,
The
at the moment,
issue
I'm
is,
not dealing
does
with
the
it.
federal government have the right to say you have a blanket right to an abortion? And the answer is no.
I agree.
But then mentioning anything else about abortion is clouding the issue.
No, it's not.
You're falling into the trap of the
No,
progressives.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I have a scientific basis for one of several arguments I have in reference to abortion and the law and how this decision was determined and how it's going forward. There are multiple arguments to be had here. That is one of several arguments that I have. And it is a strong argument because it is defended by the Constitution itself.
If that was defended by the Constitution itself, why didn't it, when they went before the Supreme Court and had their arguments, not one lawyer, and they're all way smarter than you or I, that's for sure, at least when it comes to the law.
Sort of.
Well, no, a lot of them are,
No, they're more studied than you and I. That doesn't mean they're smarter than us. I know too many
or
politicians to say that.
they have more insight. How's that? In
They
the
know, they
constitutional law.
understand the way the law works better
Not
than I do.
one of them used the argument that's a living human being.
I don't care if
So
they
they
do.
should be struck down. Because why didn't they do that?
I'm not.
Because they had nothing to do with the case at
No,
hand.
I don't. One, I don't agree with that. Two, whether or not they choose to use an argument I'm making has nothing to do with whether or not what I'm saying has any basis.
If Congress passed tomorrow, like I said, that you can drink alcohol and purchase alcohol at 16 years old, the Supreme Court would eventually strike that down because they don't have the authority to do that. This is exactly the same. The issue about
It is not the
16-year-olds
same.
drinking is a different issue entirely.
It is not the same. It is not the same argument, and it is not under the same pretense.
Well,
And we disagree. And that's
no,
fine. We're
it's-
going to disagree.
but you're saying, John, I think the world
No.
is flat. Yeah,
No.
I disagree with you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what you're understanding,
No,
but
that's
that's
the
not
way.
what I'm saying.
So whatever your opinion is, automatically
No, this
makes
is
it true. It's
no,
your truth, in other
No.
words, which you hate.
no, it's not my truth. I've made an argument. I've made it clear. I've said it several times. I've defined it several times. You understand
but
it in a way.
That definition has not been
No, no, no.
legally defined, so the definition
John,
means
John.
nothing.
John, you are entitled to not agree or to not accept the definition and the argument I have made. That doesn't make my argument invalid, nor does my argument become your argument. I have an entirely different argument which you have issue with. That's fine. That doesn't change what I said and what it means.
But you're falling into the same trap
No,
that you criticize
no,
other
that is
people
your
for.
that is your understanding of it, not mine.
That's your truth. You're
No,
doing it
no,
again.
no. That again, that is your understanding of what I have said. What I have said has been very clear. You may
Okay.
understand it differently, and that's fine.
Well, then you could come to that conclusion after reading Alito's decision. I'm baffled because I thought you were more logical than that.
I have been, everything I'm saying is logical.
No, I'm
Whether or
just based
not
on his decision only, not the moral implications, just the decision only.
I am talking about the decision, not just because of what Alito said, but its further ramifications. You don't have to accept that.
Ramifications is a different issue.
No, because this is all connected. And I've made it very clear. Again, you understand it differently than what I have said. That's fine. Perhaps that's a
I just find it.
misunderstanding of what I've said.
I know you for a long time. You're a very logical guy, and you like facts. And after reading Alito's decision, I read it twice, not all of it, but most of it, twice. I read it all the first time and then went over it briefly the second time. For you to come to that conclusion really, really astonishes me. And I shake my head in odd wonder because I thought you were a different kind of logical thinker, and apparently I was wrong.
Apparently. And that's okay.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in you, frankly, but that's just my opinion.
That's on you. I'm perfectly
Okay.
fine with my argument.
All right, take care.
Okay.
Yep.
So, folks, and I have nothing. I want to be very clear. I am not angry at John for disagreeing with me. I am not upset with John. He is always welcome on this program. His views and his ideas are always welcome, just as yours are. Just because we don't have an agreement doesn't mean you can't be on this program. It doesn't mean that you cannot, nor does it stop you from being involved. I am open to everyone's ideas. That doesn't mean I'm going to agree with you. And doesn't mean that you're going to agree with me. I am happy to hear any voice. But just because I may or may not disagree, may or may not agree with you, that's just how that works out. But you are all welcome to make any statement that you believe is correct and to support it. If I'm not being clear, I thought I was. If I'm not, I apologize. But I've made my case in several points. You don't have to accept them. But that's why we have conversations. That's why we have laws, and that's why we have judges, and that's why we have both a constitution, amendments, we have state laws, we have judges at the local level, federal level, Supreme Courts at the state level, and the federal level. We have appeals courts because we have to go through all of this. And not every argument will be the one that's going to win the day. It's not every argument that's going to be included in any discussion. Everyone has a right to have a different point of view. That's fine. And I'm okay with that. Thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. And may I ask, what is your first name?
Hey, this is Jason again.
Hey, Jason. What's up?
Yeah, I was just listening to John, and I just figured I wanted to, chime in a little because I know you guys had kind of,
We had a disagreement.
Yeah, it was confusing exactly where the sticking point was, where disagreement is, and and the real question really was the definition, was abortion the termination of the child really centralized around whether or not it could be restricted or not restricted by government, and had not so really it's almost like treating basically killing of a child equating to whether the government can tell you whether you can get an earring or not, or allow earrings, and so
Well, not quite that trivial, but okay, yeah.
well the thing is it really when it came to the government, like with the justice, it wasn't even about the value of a life. It had nothing to do with the value of life, whether or not there was this inherent right that was found, that was there that they could actually they were protected from, and then they couldn't be restricted from doing. And the thing is that they were just finding that, well, you don't have a right not to be restricted, and just like if the government said, well, do we want to prohibit your right from getting the actual process of an earring, does the government have a right, to prohibit you from doing that? And that was really kind of where that argument, underlines. So I think, when John's talking about the fact that abortion wasn't the issue, when the child's life wasn't a factor when coming to the equation of whether or not, the Roe versus Wade was valid or not, it really had, again, I get, I would say, on that part, yeah, it had absolutely nothing to do with the actual life. The life itself had no value because it wasn't even defined, and it wasn't part of the argument. The thing was, is just, the act itself, whether or not there was a constitutional right, for that to be done, and that a woman, had that right. And then from the reading of it, yeah, there was nothing there, for that. So that's what I was talking to you before about, though, is that whole premise, though, about the definition of life itself, that will be something that probably will be brought to the court, because the thing is that, and this is a massive problem, obviously, that we have, is the definition of words, because um, we don't even know what a man is. We don't know what a woman is. Marriage has been redefined. I mean, that used to be just between a man and a woman, and the Supreme Court redefined that. And then the question is that, this will seek, once this, the Roe versus Wade is thrown out, then there will be issues will come back to say, what is a life? Because, um, you know, because if in fact it does go, to the government to define what a life is, then that would challenge, abortion laws to actually, um, the legalization of it, because the bottom line is that if a life does, um, if a life is something that has to be, defended by the government, then it would actually would find, these laws to be unconstitutional to actually have an abortion done, because that would actually go against the rights of what is defined as life. And that's where the question is: is the life, immediately towards conception? Is it heartbeat? Is it, 6 months, or da 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 da
Well,
da? And then thing,
that's a further decision for the courts to then go into.
yeah, and that's what's going to happen. And
Mhm.
and it'll be very entertaining, because as we know, is that or one Supreme Court justice says, well, I'm not a biologist, so great, you got somebody who's not a biologist, so they're not going to be able to define what life is, so I guess we'll never know.
Well, she
And
would have to recuse herself at that point because
yeah, right. And
she's
then
already said she can't make it. So,
yeah,
um,
so
yeah,
but yeah, but the thing is, like I said, is just the argument itself. I mean, yeah, there's definitely, as far as, where the justice was it about, the actual, the killing, the process? No, they they put that on a separate, thing. I think John was kind of, just arguing the simple fact is, when it came to their, stated argument, they really didn't even care about the life. It wasn't about protecting life. It wasn't about any of that sort of stuff. It was basically just saying that, does somebody just have a right? And again, that argues into a lot of different things, because, like I said, when it goes back to the thing that I said about Romney, where when he was asked, well, does the state have, the ability to restrict, birth control? Yeah, they do. I mean, there's no constitutional right to actually have, to go and buy, birth control. You know, again, that's just the fact of what the law is. And so if you had a really, you know uh a government that wants to make that restrictions, then they can go and do so. But that would actually the thing is that would fall, upon, the democratic process. People would elect these politicians into their position, and if they found fit that they wanted to elect somebody to put restrictions on birth control, then they go ahead and do so. But then, like I said, and that, I guess, would be your democratic right to do so, and you do not have a constitutional right that protects you from, having access to that, birth control. So, and as it was found too, is you don't have a right, to actually, receive an abortion either. You don't have a right to actually have that process done. And I think earrings too. Heck, they could probably ban tattoos. You don't have a right to get a tattoo at a parlor or something like that. And technically they do, because they do license all that stuff. So there's, restrictions on it to be clear. But anyway, that it goes down, and that's really where the topic is. It's so legal that there is no emotion to it. It's just a matter of fact statement of what, you know rights you have. You know, but the debate, on the moral factor, and then, what we see as being good for a country, that's what's going to be battled out in, local elections and states and stuff. And that's where we're going to see more of.
yeah, I, I I think so. But again, and I don't want anyone to pick on John. by the way, I want to be clear. Just like I would say to anyone, even if someone was on the left, which John is not, if anyone were to come on here and they have a disagreement with the program, with me, with the positions that we're putting or the sources that I use, I just want to be clear. And I know you haven't done it either, Jason. So this is not against you. I want to be very clear that everyone knows we don't beat up on people for having a point of view that we don't agree with or that we don't see. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, and the thing is though is that both I think, like I said, I just see it as the sticking point is just the fact of what how that paper was written, what was taken into account when it came to, yeah, there was a lot of, obviously they did do, research on life and all that sort of stuff, but when it came to the bottom line though, is that was just noise, because that was irrelevant, the ultimate factor which actually got them to come to the conclusion to throw, this,
Yes.
this right out. So it had nothing to do with that. It was just like, okay, yeah, life's important, all that, that's great, but the bottom line is that, when we get down to the bones of it, is that yeah, you just don't have a right for that process to be done to you, and then that was the end of it, and that's how they're gonna throw it out. So, um, and that's where it is. So I don't know. I mean, and I understand where he's coming from too, where
I
these
get it.
arguments run too, because like I mean, when you do start out, with this, start talking about, the definition of life and where all this stuff comes down, and go down the rabbit hole, it does cloud up, the Roe versus Wade. But I think though is even, as your position is, kind of talking with John, I mean, it really comes down to the bottom line in the big picture scheme of things. Is where is, how are we going to defend life in the end? In the end, after this is all done, how are we going to defend life? How are we going to define life? When are we going to start defending? You know what I mean?
But that's
And
that's a different argument that has
yeah,
to go through the court system.
yeah, yeah, and that will be one that will be found, yeah, in the
Yeah.
future.
But that's
So
separate of that definition isn't required for the defense today.
no,
That's a further clarification, which will come in the future, which is part of the discussion because this discussion will come back again.
yeah,
But that doesn't prevent the argument today.
yeah,
That's a
and
clarification of it.
but the one question I have though is when it comes to the definitions of words, I mean, are they basically are definitions of words, written by our legislature, to actually define? I know they do it with certain, like for example, if they're writing a law and then they go through and they actually define what a word means, so they can use that word to actually define the law that they're actually using. I mean, the question is that is there anything in any sort of legislation, from federal level that actually has defined,
No,
a life,
no,
and a person.
there isn't.
Yeah, and so that's the problem. That honestly, it will probably be up to the legislation to actually come up with an. I don't even know how you do it. The thing is, you just don't define words unless you actually are creating them,
There's going to be
writing them into law.
there'll be a court case and or a law that'll be written, and it'll
Yeah,
go through the courts. That's
yeah,
eventually what's going to happen.
yeah. And the thing is that that law will actually have to, state definition of what a life is
Yes,
to actually, yeah, to actually be, and then it'll define what the life is, and then basically it will say, okay, this is what a life, like for example, conception is life, and life, states that, we ban that out. But
that's
the
going to
bottom
come
line
in.
though is, but the bottom line is that without, Roe versus Wade to actually prohibit it, how would it ever work its way all the way up to court?
Well, there's a bunch of ways that it could be addressed, and that's for the future. That's going to be a future argument. It will
Yeah,
come. If Roe versus Wade is overturned, that
right,
will be an argument that will be coming down the line.
right.
We can't prejudge that decision. That's going
Yeah,
to be
no,
something else.
I'm just wondering how it even brought up though, because I mean, you need an actual case against something to actually be brought, But if the abortion issue
Could come up
is,
with it could be something as simple as a state decides to death penalty. A death penalty case comes up, and in the death penalty, they define life and death in that discussion. And when they do that, that would open up the door to then, okay, a state has now defined life. Other states will define it different ways, and then it goes through.
Well, that's the thing is that then does the state, have, total ability to legislate death?
Yes,
Because that's really what it is. I mean,
states do
'cause
have that
technically,
right.
yeah, because I mean, you can have a death penalty for shoplifting, technically, I guess, in the state, right? That would be legal, and the Supreme Court wouldn't be overturn that, would they?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah, well, see, that would almost be what it is then. So technically, an abortion is a death sentence, and then the only thing that can stop that death sentence for the court to say that's illegal to do, just as shoplifting. The Supreme Court, like I said, I don't know where the law or the standing would be, to not be able
We
to,
won't know until that argument comes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting though.
It is
So,
interesting, and
yeah.
it's a good discussion, but it's unanswerable at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, that kind of gets down the further rabbit hole that John was talking about. It kind of distracts from really what the simplicity.
Which is why I'm not addressing it, because that's a different argument with a different rabbit hole.
Yeah, yeah.
And why I have not addressed it, because it's unnecessary for the argument I'm making. Again, but that's different than a lot of things.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll let you go. I just wanted to chime in there because you guys are kind of heated on it. So
a little bit, but that's okay.
All right.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
You got it.
Bye.
And folks, you two again can also come in. And by the way, John and I have had many heated arguments over the years. This won't be the last one. I have no bad feelings to anything that John said, nor do I have any bad feelings about anything that anyone says on this program when they make their argument, they make their decision. So I just want that to be clear as well. Let me ask a different question about the leak itself. So let's set aside abortion for a second. Let's talk, and you're repeating yourself, John. You just made that same tweet just a moment ago. But let's change the subject. Let's talk about the decision itself to leak the information. Did that break, or is that breaking the United States government? It's a very big question. And I think it has huge implications. I think it's actually the bigger question that isn't being addressed right now is, does that break it? Hang on a second. Okay, so while everyone's going to think about that, I need to take a quick break for 1 second, and I'll be right back. Let's go with there. Come on. I'm going to let that go for a second. I'll be right back.
Who has done a great job in spreading a conservative message all across New York State. He's got a podcast that those of you that haven't listened to it should give it a try. Mike, come on up. We're going to hear from Mike Vasquez. Mike Vasquez, say hello to the crowd. Let's give Mike a warm round of applause.
Before I get started, how is everyone? We're doing well? Thank you. I want to start off by saying I thank you all for being here. It's very important, and we all appreciate it. We appreciate the support, especially on a nice warm day like today. Gotta love the wind, thank goodness for it. And I have to say, we've heard from some great speakers so far, and we're going to hear from some more great speakers, including my friend, Assemblywoman Claudia Tenney, who's going to be speaking very shortly. Now, when I was first honored with an invitation to speak before this great audience, with a list of fellow speakers of such a great magnitude, I have to admit that I was a bit embarrassed, if I may be direct. I was not sure that I was worthy of such an honor, but I'm going to strive to live up to the ability and communication of my fellow speakers. Such great, noble, and powerful individuals in the fight to defend our Second Amendment as it defends all of our rights in this nation. Truly, I am grateful to be on this stage. That said, I'm not at a loss for words of my own. For those of you who have followed my political commentary, my podcasts, my speeches at events like this, large and small, you know that I believe in two things very strongly. That the key...
Hello, I am back. Okay. So that was just a general break there. And, well, I asked a very quick question. And that question was, what did I say? Does the leak break the United States government? And that's a very interesting question. User mentions that politics will break law. Justin the Alpha. Hello, Justin. Good to see you. I think your first time you're on the program. Says, will Russia invade the rest of Europe? That's a good question. I'm going to answer that for you in 1 second, Justin. Let's see. Okay. Dow says, because years of road. Wait. Okay. Let me answer Justin's question. So, Justin, thank you for your question. Thank you for being part of the audience today. Will Russia invading the rest of Europe? And again, this program is open to any question anyone might have. And the question is, will Russia invade the rest of Europe? No. No, Russia will not invade into Germany or Poland or Hungary. They won't be going in there, at least not in the near term. I believe, and I think it's pretty clear, that the effort of Russia right now is, one, they want a beachhead against NATO. They want access to the Black Sea. They also want access to the North Sea. Realistically, over the next decade or so, we're going to see that Russia will start going towards Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and they're trying to take back those nations, which are often called the pre-Baltics, to take over those nations so that it would have access another seaport that would allow it to be able to get into the northern seas, and also to endanger and threaten Sweden and Norway. So they would be looking to go from the Black Sea and going up, now getting the next sea opened up, and that would give them ocean access on two sides, so they'd be able to get access to the Mediterranean and directly into the North Sea. And that was most likely what we'll see. Europe is not necessary. They don't have to go in and attack them. In the meantime, what they are doing is what we would expect to see, that Russia is closing down on the energy access of Europe, in particular Germany, also Poland, but they are targeting in Bulgaria, and they're going to be able to have an economic war with them by controlling how much energy those nations would be able to get, and therefore diminish those nations, possibly weakening them and causing disruptions, even riots in those nations over years, because they'll play with how much energy they're able to get. And whether you agree with solar or wind or renewable, unless we see an increase in the number of nuclear power plants, you're going to see that there's going to be an overwhelming continuous need for Russian oil and gas into Europe, because they can't get it from anywhere else. There's too much of a need. And without the United States being an exporting nation, that need for all of Europe is too large, which is why Greece is the next nation that may or may not decide to pay in rubles to continue to get oil and gas from Russia. And if Greece, which I think they will, backs down and decides to pay Russia in rubles, that will help Russia, that will improve their economy, that will offset many of the sanctions against them, and it will be the beginning of the end of the dollar as the world currency, which means the United States inflation will escalate. We will see a run on the dollar, and the United States will become more of a banana republic, which was what we saw in the 1980s with South America, where we'll just be printing monies stupidly, kind of like the Weimar Republic. it is a very dangerous situation, and that is an economic warfare that is going on right now. It is not well discussed in the media. It is not being well contemplated, but it is a realistic one. So the physical war that Russia may have is to go and try and take over Latvia, Estonia, or Lithuania. The economic war is what's already going on, trying to transition various countries into rubles, to diminish the dollar, to affect energy going into Europe. So, Justin, I hope that answers your question and it gives you some a better understanding of what's going on internationally, which we're not seeing discussed in the United States, and probably won't see that discussion until at the earliest May 25th, when Greece makes its decision, or sometime closer to the fall as we see the winter pricing of energy come about. So, Justin, I hope I've answered that for you. If I have not made it clear, or if there's further question on it, please, you can either call in to 607-242-1582, or you're more than welcome to leave another comment and ask me to clarify any part of that. So I hope that helps. And obviously, China, as Dow was mentioning, has its own aspects. They're not working with Russia. They're piggybacking on Russia's actions for their own interests, in particular Taiwan, and to improve the yuan, which is the Chinese dollar, and to improve its economics. So there's a bunch of regional things that are happening all at the same time. They kind of are interrelated, but they are separate of each other. So I wanted to mention that. All right. So I believe in talking about the leak itself, again, not abortion, the leak itself, I think that is one of the most dangerous things that we have seen. I believe, and I have said this before on this program, that the leak itself breaks an entire part of our government, the entire third branch of our government. If we take away the anonymous and non-political aspects of the Supreme Court, and yes, the Supreme Court has politics involved in it. We've seen that in every one of the appointments, the nominee confirmations, we've seen that. But it's not really political, because once you become a nominee, or rather, once you get approved as a nominee, you become a Supreme Court justice, the politics pretty much ends. That doesn't end the arguments about those Supreme Court justices, but that the influence of politics on them is massively diminished. But if we have people who are now leaking this information, and I believe that this is Pandora's box, the genie has been let out of the bottle. Now that a leak has been done, and I agree with you, John, the leaker needs to be disbarred forever. They need to be severely punished. They should never work in law ever again, and probably not in any branch of the government, because they have broken, I believe it was 18 USC 641, the same thing that Assange and Snowden and Manning, all of them violated that same ruling. So they should be punished by that, which also includes 10 years of jail time. But the genie's out the bottle. Leaks have happened. It has been used as a weapon. It will happen again. And here's the thing, because it's not enough that this leaker is disbarred and prevented from working in the government. They should not be allowed to profit off of their crime. They should not be allowed to make books. They should not be allowed to be interviewed. They should not be allowed to, because an interview that gets paid, let me be clear on that, that they shouldn't be able to put out their story and use it as a means to encourage others to do the same thing in the future. Because now we have an environment that before every decision, there's going to be an incentive for any of the aides, any of the justices to leak the information just like we see in Congress, whether it's the Senate or the House, there are always going to be some kind of leaks. Every investigation, special investigation we see, there's always a leak. And now we have that same incentive because the Supreme Court is now seen as exactly the same as any other part of our government. And that takes away from their ability to do their job. Now, do I agree with that? Do you agree with what I'm saying here? And by the way, user, I have to admonish you, we do not advocate for any violence. And so I have to tell you that you've gone too far. I won't even mention the comment that you made. You went too far, user. Okay, and I'm publicly saying we do not advocate for violence at all. And so we do not want to say it. Yeah, but the censors don't care. The censors don't care. And I guarantee you there's someone who's part of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow who's looking at that, and were I not to say we do not advocate for violence, they would use it against me and say, we've got to disband this channel. We have to ban Mike from all social media. He can never speak at any university again. They will come after me wholeheartedly. So I got to be very clear on that. Again, I'm not angry with you. I'm just making sure it's clear for any censor that watches this program. I understand you were making a lighthearted joke. Censors don't take jokes. I mean, look at what they do to Dave Chappelle. They can't understand a joke, no matter how funny it is. Neither can Will Smith. So there's that. But, I truly believe if we do not take away their fiduciary benefit, if we do not denounce this and prevent this person from becoming the hero that some in the news media want to make them into, and we have seen that the left, various pundits, Twitter, they've been turning this into a popularity argument. They're going to go out and someone else is going to do the same thing, because the reward at that point becomes, they become more of a hero for that political movement, and therefore they continue to do it. This is dangerous. This is dangerous because if the response is that this person isn't punished extremely and looked at negatively, and the response is, okay, well, I can do this. I'll be a hero in my party, and that will allow them to go out and intimidate justices like we've seen, where they have been doxxed, where we see these far left organizations going over to the homes of these Supreme Court justices, affecting their families, then that's going to happen as commonplace in the future. And that means that they're going to influence, because at some point, Supreme Court justices don't want their kids to be having to deal with some mob outside the door, or to go after them at their schools, to go after their wives when they're going to the grocery store. Remember, it was Maxine Waters who said, go after them in the restaurants, go after them in the stores, go after them when they're pumping gas. This is what the left suggests. This is what they believe in. Do you think that won't have an impact on the future of the Supreme Court? If we see that this continues, this is the door that has been opened, and that means that every decision going forward is subject to this pressure, this intimidation, to try and get these justices to make decisions that an extremely small sliver of the population may or may not agree with. And the moment that they start doing that, this is no longer about freedom in America. It's about who can intimidate the justices the most, who can cause them to change their opinion the most. That's just, it's insane. I think this is a dangerous moment. And we need to find out who did this, and they have to be denounced by everyone, the left and the right. And it doesn't matter where you stand on the issue of abortion. It doesn't matter where you stand on the issue of Roe versus Wade. It doesn't matter where you stand on the Second Amendment. It doesn't matter if you agree with Heller or not, or Citizens United or not. It doesn't matter. This person has to be denounced and ostracized from politics, because if you don't, we've lost an entire branch of our government. Mike Bowie mentions, why would we treat the leaker any different than Antifa? Well, honestly, I wish we treated Antifa like they should be treated. I think we should have taken Antifa at its word. And when they said, like when they were in Seattle, the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, or any autonomous zone, and when they put out a document saying, we're not part of the United States, we're no longer United States citizens, fantastic. You have renounced your American citizenship. You are now a terrorist. You have taken over American territory. You are holding American citizens hostage. You will be treated like such. Surround them, turn off the power, go in, get them, and throw them in jail, in military prisons, and treat them as not only traitors to the United States, but adversaries of the United States, because that's what they declared. That's what we should have done. Instead, we've opened the door to, very much like what John is saying, it's a two-tier system of justice. And I think that's a problem. And I agree with you, user. Judges don't get to have a different set. I mean, we have so many sets of law. A judge breaks the law. A judge should be treated like anyone else. And I know they don't. And it doesn't matter whether they're on the right or the left. If you're a judge, you can do things regular people won't do because everyone's terrified of messing with the judge. Well, judges should be held to a higher standard, just like we hold police and fire departments and doctors to higher standards. Judges too. And when they break the law, they should be treated to the harshest extent of the law. So should people who are doing things like what Antifa did. When you burn down cities, when you kill individuals, you should be treated to the highest extent of the law. Instead of getting bail reform, being released, having your charges dropped, letting people just run around amok. Because that only gives us more crime and more of these events. And I'm afraid that the mainstream media is supporting this leaker, and that this leaker is going to be the example by which we're going to see even more of this happen. And that terrifies me. And I don't care if you're on the left or the right, you should be angry about this, because it means the future of our nation, future decisions by our Supreme Court is going to be biased, and it's going to destroy. And I don't care if even if you're on the right, or excuse me, on the left. The left should be worried too. So all it takes is we have a leak from, say there's a liberal court comes back, a progressive court. And then all it takes is for someone on the right to leak a decision, and then a bunch of the Supreme Court justices show up at, I don't know, Ketanji Brown Jackson's house, show up at Sotomayor's house, show up at Justice Kagan's house, and terrorize their children, terrorize their family, and make them change a decision. The left would hate that. You know what? The right should too. And everyone should agree this person needs to be punished. And an investigation needs to be done into the Supreme Court justices that this leaker worked for, as well as the groups that might connect them to someone else. Because I truly believe Ketanji Brown Jackson is just as liable and may be might have incited this person to make the leak. I think because the court has never had this happen before. And now we add an activist judge, and suddenly we have this action. I don't think it's the decision. I think it's that the activism of Ketanji Jackson is what caused this to happen. And that's a problem. You may think I'm wrong, and that's fine. Tell me that you think, Mike, that they're not connected. But it feels like they're connected. It, as a circumstantial level, they seem to be connected. Circumstantially, they seem to be connected. But that doesn't mean they are. But that's why we need the investigation. Just, if nothing else, to clear Justice Jackson from the connection that appears to be there. And John mentions what will happen is that a draft decision will be held until the court rules. Yeah, and I agree with user that there are way too many extremists that are in our government at so many levels, and they're twisting it. And I think you're right, John, that they're going to suddenly make a blank draft statement that will be out there for the public. And this way they'll try and avoid this happening again. But it's a halfway answer. If we don't stomp this down, you're always going to have that over the head of every Supreme Court justice, every judge across this nation, and it will influence our laws going forward. It's absolutely terrifying. This person is not a hero, and the left should stop saying that they are. They really, really need to stop saying that. Speaking of people who aren't heroes, let me jump subjects for a second. Did you hear that according to NBC News, misinformation is bad for black voters, that this is going to be the problem for black voters? And this came out on May 3rd. And I think this is connected to the Disinformation Governance Board, the Ministry of Truth that we now have from the Biden administration. That we're seeing these individuals like Equis Research is the name of the organization, that are trying to saying that, oh, well, Hispanics are the subject of misinformation, and that they have to exist and they have to protect Hispanic people from misinformation, that they have to be protected because someone's telling Latinos that they can vote online, they can vote by Twitter, which, if you believe that, you're out of your mind. In particular, their concerns are concerns about misinformation intersecting with dozens of new state laws further regulating voting. That since 2020, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, a nonpartisan group, New York University Law School, there's 49 states have introduced 400 bills that would restrict ballot access. Now, I find this to be interesting because this group is making this allegation. You mean to tell me that in New York State, in California, in Illinois, in Maryland, in these bluer than blue states, that they're putting out that they have laws that are going to stop voters? Are you kidding me? You think New York State and California, the leading progressive states in the nation, are going to allow any kind of law that they think doesn't help the Democratic Party? Do you seriously believe that? This is what Equis is trying to tell you so that they can get the government to back them up and get the Disinformation Governance Board to back them up to try and influence black and Hispanic voters. And I think that because, you know what's not mentioned? The same woman who's mentioned in this article, Stephanie Valencia, happened to work for the Obama administration. She is a far leftist. The Equis organization, which talks about disinformation, who you refer to Latinos as Latinx, a term Latinos do not use ever. In fact, most Latinos, including myself, find that to be insulting. And this same organization won't tell you who funds this organization. We do know that they have employees like their president, their co-founder, who worked for the Obama administration, an administration that was built on the idea of transforming America, although they wouldn't tell America what they would transform it into. But these people are out here and they are trying to tell you that there's misinformation, information they don't like. Just like we're seeing what's happening with the leak, and they're trying to influence you. But they're not even honest enough to tell you who pays their bills. They're not honest enough to tell you who they work for. This is one of the big problems. And like John is saying, like many of us have said, this is about making sure our laws protect us. We need heavy federal penalties for people who are doing things like this, who are abusing the system in ways that we can detail that break the law. And Mike Bowie has mentioned that he believes that the justices know who the leaker was. And I am absolutely sure they know exactly who it was. And I think they know who did it. They know exactly who did it, and they know when they did it. And maybe that's a bit of a conspiracy. But I don't think it is. Now, I could be wrong. Could be wrong. But I think it's like what we're seeing with these groups, like Equus Research, where we have a committed organization with a very political point of view, and they don't care how they get that out. They will blame it on everyone else and anyone else, but they want to get it through. And I don't know that there is a penalty large enough to prevent these people, but I do believe that groups like the Disinformation Governance Board, the Ministry of Truth of the of the Biden administration, they're not there to try and stop them. They're there to try and punish me for telling you about it. It's the problem. These people are not being sincere. They don't have a desire to protect the public or to protect America. They're here to destroy it. I truly, truly believe that. Now, I do think, hang on, there was a poll I want to show you guys. Here it is. So this is a YouGov poll. Came out 2 days ago. 2 days ago. From YouGov. And I answered it today. Just to be clear, so you know. I answered this poll today, May 8th, before this program. It's been around for 2 days. And the results of the poll, the big question is, how much of an impact, if any, do you think the investigation would have on preventing future SCOTUS leaks? The majority of people believe it's going to have a big impact. I'm in a minority that says 11% of people say it's not going to have an impact, that without heavy penalty, this is going to go forward. But most people think it's going to have an impact, that there's going to be an investigation and it will stop future leaks. Really? How about the investigation into Hillary Clinton? How about the John Durham investigation? Is that changing politics? Because we know that John Durham has found that the Democratic Party was working against the best interests of America. And yet they're still going strong. We know for a fact that Hillary Clinton was given questions during debates. That didn't stop anything. We know that she destroyed property in violation of a subpoena. She hasn't been punished for that. We know she's lied to the public. That didn't stop anything. Why do we think that the investigation into the leaks would actually have an impact? There was another question in this. I think that's very important. Where is it? Here it is. How concerned, if at all, are you about the violence erupting at protests? Again, this is a YouGov poll. This is what people have said for 2 days. I'm taking this poll 2 days after the fact. 44% of people believe that there is going to be violence that's going to be connected to the protests. And those protests are coming from the far left. And now, the very next question they ask is who's going to create the violence? Who's going to make the violence that we see? The thing, even though 47% say that the left is going to be violent over the decision by the Supreme Court, the thing I find interesting is 40% believe that it's going to be the pro-life, that the right is going to be violent. That's what happens when you have a media that is trying to do the wrong thing. That's why when we have NBC that has plagiarized information, CNN has zero credibility and now has to publicly say they're going to focus on the truth. That we have seen the New York Times have reporters that have made up stories 100%. That we have seen, MSNBC stand in front of America in a live stream, live news reporting with a fire, an arson going on behind them, saying things are mostly peaceful. That's what you get. Pro-lifers don't destroy cities. They don't destroy property when they protest. We have never seen that. It does not happen. But we almost always, well, that's an overstatement. We have consistently seen that the far left, they destroy cities. They kill people. That's not an overstatement. We have seen that in Portland. We have seen that in Seattle. We've seen that in Indianapolis. We have seen that throughout this nation. We have seen them burn down Minnesota twice. We have seen them go into the various cities and cause riots and destroy property. We saw that this week in LA. But yet 40% of the people taking this poll who believe that there is going to be violence believe it's coming from the right that never creates violence. I mean, really, you've never seen the right go around and have an autonomous zone in America. You do not see the right and conservatives or libertarians go around and hold American citizens hostage. You don't see them destroying their homes and their cities. You do see that coming from the left on a regular basis. I just find it interesting that that's where the polls are telling us the nation's going. That's where the nation is telling us. There has been a convincing effort to the left to tell them, no, the right is violent. And that's part of the reason why they're putting out these leaks. And that's why these leaks won't stop. And that's why we have a ministry of truth. And that's why we have these organizations telling us, well, these people are being misinformed. We have to correct that. What about when we listen to people, again, going back to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, going to Senator Amy Klobuchar, when they're lying, saying that women are going to lose all their rights. When they lie and say, oh, well, this means that gays are going to lose their rights, trans are going to lose their rights. Why are they losing them? There isn't any reason why they're losing them, because they're not going to lose any of their rights, because that isn't true. That is hyperbole. And the Ministry of Truth isn't going to say a single word about any of this. And this is meant to deceive you and to manipulate your vote. I truly believe that. John mentions, come to find out, the Ministry of Truth, through its DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has been given over $300 million targeted to disinform the Hispanic communities. The nonprofits are going to have a payday. And Mike Bowie mentions, well, the polls are fake. Well, maybe. I'm not telling you that it's an accurate poll. I'm just showing you the results of the poll that is used by YouGov. And this is what their polls are showing us. And I think it's troubling that this is what the polls are showing us. Yeah, and there is a different standard. User mentions that there's a different standard between the left and the right, that the left, it's normal. It's considered normal today for the left to go out and be violent, to see Antifa, to see progressive leaders of tomorrow, to see the far left go out, and even the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter, to see them be violent and to attack people. Meanwhile, the right doesn't do any of that, and the right is considered more dangerous and more deadly than the left, that these extremist groups. We're told about the MAGA is dangerous, that it's horrible. Meanwhile, the left is burning down cities. My God, that we have normalized the fact that the violence of the left, violence on and coming from the left, is normal, and the right is who you have to be afraid of. It terrifies me. Terrifies me. Because it doesn't point to a good future. We're looking at a future where our Supreme Court is going to be compromised, where we have food shortages, energy prices going through the roof, inflation flying off the handle, where we have the world, several world organizations, Russia, China, Iran, all contemplating and trying to create havoc around the world, while we have a part of our government that doesn't even try to keep up pace. They just don't care. Yeah, I find it terrifying. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. There's so much I wanted to cover today with you guys, and so much information. It's kind of scary. I want you to understand something. By the way, in case anyone was wondering, in Israel, there was an axe attack. You may have heard about this. It was a mass murder. It's kind of like what they say here in the United States. It's one of those things that we're told doesn't exist in the rest of the world, something that doesn't happen anywhere in the world. It's only an American problem, and it only happens because we have guns. I did want to debunk that, by the way, because no, there was this crazy nut who killed 3 people. At least 4 other people were injured. There was 2 men involved using axes, and they have been caught, by the way, just so you know. They were Palestinian terrorists, and they were attacked. They were the ones who did this, killed people. So do these mass murders, it's not a mass shooting, but do these terrorist attacks happen anywhere else in the world? When people tell you it only happens in America and it's only because of guns, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. Yeah, it does happen. It's not about the guns. It's about the crazy, deranged, criminal individuals that have no value or understanding of other people's lives. And it should be denounced. And it is being denounced. So I just want you to I wanted to make sure you knew about that. I don't know. It's a crazy world. It's a crazy world, folks. Look, I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's comments. I look forward, whether you saw this live, maybe you're seeing it after the fact. I thank you for taking the time to spend 3, almost 4 hours with me and with people, the entire audience. You're right, user. It is just a tool. I've always said that. We shouldn't be upset about the tool. We have to be worried about what causes someone to be so insane as to say the only answer is to kill innocent lives. That's the problem. And if we can solve that, we'll solve the problem of mass murders. But we won't do it if we're just playing around talking about, well, you shouldn't have this tool because someone doesn't want you to have it because it's politically advantageous to them. But as I was saying, anybody who's watched the program, I hope you've had a chance to enjoy it. I know this wasn't the most happy Mother's Day show ever, but it's a lot happier than a program that might have been focused on primary caregivers of unspecified gender who decided not to terminate their pregnancy, which would have been totally morally fine and perhaps even praiseworthy. No, today was Mother's Day. And I love my mother, who is not a birthing parent, but my mother. And mothers are human female adults that give birth to children. And that is a good thing. And we need to remember that sometimes. That doesn't mean other people aren't worthy of living their lives. But let's not diminish the great importance mothers have in our lives. In fact, the fact why we have lives. But we've been on for, we've been talking for just about 4 hours. So I'm going to be stepping away in a second. But I do want to we got like 10 minutes. I want to make it to 4 hours. I want to make it to 4 hours in a row before we go forward. Let me ask you, is there anything in the last 10 minutes, anything that you want to ask, anything that you guys want to talk about? I mean, you're a wonderful audience. People like Dal and Mike, Justin, who called in, Justin the Alpha, anybody, John, anybody want to call in, any question that you have about any subject that's affecting us around the world. Because I am sure we are not done talking about Roe versus Wade. We're not done talking about abortion. We're not done talking about the Supreme Court or what's going to happen once Ketanji Brown Jackson, a activist judge, gets into the Supreme Court and how that's going to turn out. User mentions that mothers are a great thing and should be respected. It's likely the most respectable job along with fathers. And I absolutely agree with that. Oh, something that I was asked before, and I think is important. Do I think fathers should have more responsibility? Is it important for men to take responsibility? Absolutely. Because it takes two people, a man and a woman, to make a baby. That is a fact. Biologically, it's no other way you can do it. It takes a man and a woman. And when they come together, fantastic. They should be responsible. Men should be held to the responsibility of taking care of your kids. I hate that we have a culture that believes in baby mamas, baby daddies. I'm sorry, there's a problem there. And really, we need to stop that. If you have a child, take care of that child. If you're the man or the woman, it doesn't matter. It's your child. Take care of that child. Don't rely on the government to do it. Don't rely on your grandparents to do it. That's your responsibility. You brought that child into the world. You take care of that child. Now, does that mean that you're going to be brilliant and you're going to be Mr. Rogers or Mrs. Rogers taking care of that kid? Probably not. Are you going to screw up? Probably. Are you going to get something wrong? Absolutely. And be the parent anyway. Be the best parent that you can be. And ask for people to help you, but it's your responsibility. We should no longer have baby mamas. We should no longer have baby daddies. And we should have a society that does not glorify either one of those things. We should denounce them. It'll make America better. So I just want to add that in there. Yeah, I think men should be responsible. Yes. I don't think it's all on women. I think men are involved in this too. And you know what? Pick and choose where you're going to put your pecker. I understand it's fun, fantastic. I'm sure I know everybody loves it. That's why we all do it, because it's fun. But be responsible. If that's someone you don't want to have a kid with, don't do anything else with them. That's for the men and the women. I put it on men to make better choices as men. I understand that sometimes it's easy, and I would say that for women. Sometimes they say, well, he's easy, but I don't want to keep them. Then don't do anything with them. And I hold myself to that standard as much as anyone else. And I fail at that, as anyone else has. Just saying. I'm just looking through some of the comments here. Fathers and mothers. Dow mentions fathers and mothers are integral to the healthy development of children, and I believe that. Parents are absolutely important, especially a mother and a father. And if you can't have that, then yes, we can go through other options, but that is integral. Doesn't mean people are bad. Doesn't mean they're evil if they're not that. I think it's the best. Just saying. You may disagree. Okay, you can disagree. I'm not saying people are evil if they're not exactly that. By the way, Jason, yes, I am going to go get a beer. And for people who don't know, let me plug my good friends, the Belmar. This is not a paid advertisement. I don't get paid. I would love to have a sponsor. Don't have one. But the Belmar is a wonderful location. I enjoy it greatly. Do they have this up? This is the Belmar. And I love the Belmar. It's one of my favorite places to go to. I know the owner. I know many of the bartenders and the bouncers. These are some great people. These are some older photos, but great people. And I enjoy it. It has some fantastic food. And these are old images. They have different menus right now. But I do advise, drop on by. And after the show, that's where I go and I have a beer or two. And not so much unwind, but talk about things I can't talk about online. So you're always welcome to join me afterwards, about an hour, half an hour after I leave here. We end the show. I usually go over there and have a beer or two. And you're all welcome to join me and have some fun. With that said, well, I still have 3 minutes. Oh my God, still got 3 minutes. What can I tell you guys for 3 minutes? I want to end the show exactly at 4 hours. Come on. Doesn't anyone have a question for me? A quick one. A 3-minute question. Let's see. I want to make sure that I've covered everything I wanted to cover with you guys. Well, I know I didn't. I had like 40 different articles I wanted to speak with. But I think I covered all the big stuff. Just remember, take care of your kids. Watch out. Remember, folks, again, this isn't big news across the nation, but please remember, look out for your kids. 109 liver illnesses in kids, 5 deaths. We have been covering this since we first heard about this about 2 weeks ago, when it only affected 9 kids in the United States. So it's growing fast. Talk to your doctor. Talk to your healthcare professional. If your kid is sick and they're under the age of 10, those are the ones that are the most concerned about. Please speak to your doctor immediately so that they can try and see what's going on. Again, I want to make that point. Let's see. Such a monopolar focus. Dow says such a monopolar focus on promiscuity makes the case for voluntary sterilization for those that wish to be active with reduced impact on the possibility of progeny. Yeah, there's a bunch of women who are running around saying that men should get vasectomies. No. And just like women shouldn't be forced to have hysterectomies. No. Just be responsible. That's it. Be responsible. Men don't have to have vasectomies. Women don't have to have hysterectomies. They don't have to have the implants. Be responsible who you pick. That's it. Is it an oversimplification? Absolutely. Is that the perfect answer? No. But that'll do it. And as for the Giants, well, we won't know until August. But I haven't followed football in 5 years, since Kaepernick. All right, folks. So if you've made it this far, by the way, let me end with this thought. Please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. It's not a lot, but it makes a difference to us. That's our target. That's our goal. 1,234 subscribers. Because every week we come and listen to you. We hear your voice. And we want to continue to do that every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. If you can, throw us $1 or $2 because it helps pay the bills, keeps the lights on, lets me have these conversations on subjects that no one else in the news media is really talking about. To be ahead of the curve. I mean, if you'd been listening to this program back in January, you'd have 10% more food in your house, and you wouldn't be as worried about the fact that inflation is going up through the roof and that there's a food shortage coming. Just saying, we've been ahead of these things. That's what our audience gets to benefit with. If that's worth $1 or $2, I thank you for it. If not, please like, share, and subscribe. Dow ends it with, I would say, be responsible as well in the interactions you have with others. I could see it being promoted as an option for those that want to shun responsibility. Oh, yes. But with that said, folks, I want to thank everyone who's made a comment. I thank everyone who even watched the program. Whether you agree or you disagree, you are always welcome on this program. Your voice will always be heard when you respectfully make your voice known, when you tell us what you think. I look forward to seeing every single one of you next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues are that affect you. Look for us to do a couple of videos throughout the week. We usually do at least 3. And we'll be covering much more about the elections as we get closer into it. Thank you for mentioning. I'm going to try and have a great night. I hope every mother has a fantastic night. And I hope to see you all very, very soon. Thank you, everyone. Be well. I'll talk to you again. Hey, DFG, you were watching. Thank you for watching the show. And everyone, you be well.